The cards speak. Justice listens. Welcome to the unseen. Truth doesn't hide forever, not from the eyes that see. Spirits stir, clues awaken. Let the seeing begin. Behind every crime, a shadow speaks. I'm Lady Zelda. Welcome to Seeing Crime. Hello there, my darlings. Hello and welcome. Welcome. Wow, a bright light tonight. My goodness, what in the world? Let me fix this bright light. I can't hardly see. It's causing me light fog. Let me tone this down. Oh my goodness. There we oh now it's not good. Oh. You know, it's been storming here. And that is a big thing. Let me fix this background because it's looking a little funky. There we go. How is everyone? How are you? Much love to you. Blessing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, Elizabeth. And thank you so much, you darling. We've got a really great show tonight. I've been digging in. And first of all, I want to tell you that if any of you are getting a little bit of rain, hello, here we go with the flyaways. Bless you if you're getting rain, because it has been this rumble, storm, no rain yet, but lights flickering, doing all kinds of weird things. So here we are. We're just going to power through. That's what it's all about. So we're just really happy today to have you. And yeah, the bangs, I'm working on it. I'm working on it, my darlings. There, right here is a flyaway. All right, I think I got him now. My darlings, did you see the bracelet that our dear friend Jerry got? Oh my goodness. It looks absolutely stunningly gorgeous on her. And I'm so happy. She sent me those pictures today. It's the key bracelet. And I don't have mine on because I've been working a lot and there's been a lot of energy. And I've had it on a lot and actually just kind of, pardon me, fell off of me last night. It didn't break. And these types of bracelets don't break. It just kind of sort of fell off. So there you go. Maeve, you got your bracelet too. Okay, good. So it's the key bracelet. And my goodness, we've got a lot of energy. Oh, I was hoping yours would be too. I'm so sorry. I bet Monday you'll have it. I know you will. There you go. So, beautiful Dan. Okay, good, Jerry. I love my bracelet. Good. I'm so glad it fits you. I mean, it just looks like you, Jerry. And I haven't even seen you, darling, except pictures. But it looks like you. And my best dear, sweet husband, too. So, anyway, my darlings, Kim, we saw so many keys last time. We did. And look here. Sam has come to join the show. I tell you what, I did a little bit more digging. We're going to wait till some more people come in here. And I apologize that I'm late because the weather has been funky. And and you know what? This green screen looks a little funky. Let me see if I can fix that because it's bothering me. It may not bother you, but it is bothering me. Oops. Hello. There it is. Let me fix it. There we go. Oops. Okay. Well, Zelda, just don't mess with it. Just don't mess with it, girl. There. You know, these things need a little bit of tweaking. Sammy's here. It's the Sammy and Zelda show. Thank you very much for being here, everyone. Do me a favor as you're coming in, please hit the like button and subscribe, because we would sure love to say hello to you every time, and you'll love it here. And the other thing I want to tell you is, my darlings, True Oracle is on the other side. We are co-streaming with True Oracle tonight, and a lot of people come over there and give memberships. I want you to, if you can, dual stream. Maybe one of the mods will put a link for the other stream. If not, I can do it very easily in the description of the comments. And if you want to go over there, because I'm thinking about doing a members live tomorrow. It's on Sunday, but you know what? We got to get these things started. We got to get these things started. If you need me to do it, it's okay, my darling mods, because I ask you to do a lot anyway. So I don't mind. I've got it right here. So, but anyway, there's a lot going on, and I'm thinking that tomorrow we may just do a members only live for there we go. We got it for True Oracle, and thank you so much. And let me see if I can put that in on this side of the aisle. I know I can. There we go. And that is for this only. And there we go. My darlings, we're all set. Because on the member only lives, oh my goodness, there we go. Members only. I'm going to be reading your cards, and we may do that tomorrow. So I want you to keep, and I'm saying may, because if the weather is funky, then I won't be able to do it, because I don't want to be popping in and out. But I really want to do this, as in, I really want to do this. So there we go. And see, just Cheryl, the darling Cheryl, has gifted 10 memberships to, see, hello, pardon me, 10 memberships to True Oracle tonight. And welcome to all of those members only there. Yay! So keep looking. I will post it in my community and in the True Oracle community. If we can get a members only live tomorrow, it will be probably early afternoon Eastern time, maybe mid-afternoon. So it'll be early enough for all of our friends who are overseas and out of the country. They might be able to make it, because we want everybody to participate. And thank you very much, Patty. You are adorable. Zelda, you look beautiful tonight, and I think your bangs are adorable. Thank you. They, as you know, they're driving me crazy. So if I could just do this and do this, I'm cool. Although I have bangs, I know what a pain in the behind. Yes, they are. But thank you so much, honey. I appreciate it. I'm just kind of getting used to this particular cut for the bangs, but I'll power through. So there we are, my darlings. Let's see. I saw 1111 in the lower right-hand corner. My husband passed. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. That freaked me out a bit. Well, don't freak out. Everything is okay. What I want you to know is on the intro, and I've got a new outro. So when we leave tonight, then I want you to hang in there for the outro and let me know what you think on the outro. I was able to get that done today. And we have a very special person who is supposed to be coming in later on this evening and saying hello to us. So that's exciting too. So remember, the EVP device is how it works, is a binary code. That's it. That's how it works. It's the ones and zeros, binary. It's how the frequency stacks up. So there we are. Annette, hi, Annette. I'm so excited about tonight. I can hardly stand it. And thank you for the warm welcome. Annette, thank you for being here. I'm so excited to have you in here. New people are so welcome here. And you're going to love this community, because we are we're snarky as all get out. Hey, bring on the snark tanks, right? Bring on the snark. And we're very classy, and we're mindful of each other, and we're mindful. And even though sometimes we have a mouthful, we're not going to say it here, because we know We know. So there we go, my darling. And look at this. Look at this. Roxy, 5 Fate and Fortune memberships. Welcome to all of the new members. 15 new members. Everybody better hang over there right now because I will be reading your cards. It'll be free. And I want to do that for members. So bottom line is how this will work is during a membership live, we'll take one question after the other. Multiple questions we'll ignore because if you spam the chat, we'll ignore it. Okay. And I don't think anybody in here is going to do that. So we'll do it one at a time until the veil has closed. I can't do it any longer, but I'll be reading your cards. One question, no legal, no medical, no pregnancy. Other than that, it leaves open a total big area that we can go to. So, hi, Susie Q. I got something from you today. Thank you. I'll have it probably to you tomorrow. So there we go. Let's see. Patty says, Sammy, love you, sweet girl. Always love when you come to visit. She sees this now, and I just want you to work. No, thank you for hosting the lives with mommy. It's kind of like they all sit around here. She's looking over at Riley because he's sitting behind the monitor, kind of standing there and saying, okay, when are we going to get the turn? That's what she does. So there we go. And so that's what's happening, my darling. So Laura says, I have bursitis on both hips. Oh, honey, I know that can be painful. I loved storms until physical pain got in the way. Well, we're sending you some very good healing vibes, my darlings. And let's see what else. Susie Q says, I'm eagerly awaiting your response. Well, you'll have it very soon. So thank you for that. And I love the Scottish words. You can teach me. I'm here. I'm here for it. I love it. I love it. So let's see. I'm missing a few things here. And everybody's in here saying hello, hello. And good. Let me see. Hippie Chick, my husband might say I'm too snarky sometimes. Well, you know what? Is there such a thing? Can you have too much of a good thing? Right? There we go. There we go. Let me see. I'm going to back up a minute because I want to make sure. Lee says, I love your bangs. I'm convinced now. I'm going back to getting them. You know what? I love bangs. I've always loved bangs. And even I've always had bangs. Every picture you'll see of me, I have bangs. And I remember I would come home and I'd try to do the styles like the other girls. And my mother would say, you feel okay? Yeah. You look a little sick. No. Yeah. And I would put my bangs down. It's the bangs. It's the bangs. You got to have the bangs. Oh my goodness. Nook 274. Hi, everyone. This is my first visit here. Compliments of my sister. Well, welcome to you and your sister. Thanks, Annette, for bringing your sister along. You're going to love this because we do a lot here. Okay. So I'm going to tell you what, my darlings, I did a little bit of, not a little bit. I've done a lot of bit. Hear me see. Roxy, did we meet all of your kitties last night? No, not all. Let's see. I think you know them all, but they've not been here. Bilbo is the only one who will not. He is so feral. Bilbo he's the sweetest little fellow, but he's a nipper. And so when he was born, he nipped. And so it was very hard to hold him. And I've been trying to really hold him now because, that's her son and her husband with some of the kitties. I know. Some things you just can't control when your back is turned. So anyway, when he's just so sweet, and his name is Bilbo Baggins, and when I get mad at him, I call him Bilbo Bagman, and his little feet were so long when he was born, that's why. So, I'm really working with him to get him, and thank you for reminding me because I wanna show you something. Um, I'm working to getting him so I can hold him, and he's getting better, but he can only take short things. When my son moved back here, during that, 2020 commotion, we're gonna call it that, he was so scared, we could not find him for 2 days, and finally, I went to the kitchen, and the microwave hangs from the cabinet in the corner, and it hangs very low. And I was getting under there because I store some extra casserole dishes. I was getting under there, and holy smoke, something moved. And I'm going to tell you, I screamed like a banshee. My son came running out and he looked, and there was Bilbo tucked clear back in the corner. And he's full grown, but he was tucked clear back in the corner because he was so afraid of my son. But now, when my son will come out of the room, he's the first one to run to him. So there you go. There you go. Feral, feral, feral. Now, Amanda, that cracks me up, and I got to show you something. You're going to love this. Let me try to show you. I saw this today, and it just cracked me up. I had this in my folder, and you guys are going to love this. See? Wait a minute. Let me get this out of the way. It says, "The man who invented autocorrect has died. Rest in peace." And that's for Hanky Brennan. Only it's not so funny. Hank Brennan. I was going over a few things. I'm going to let that up for all of you to see this. I love this. Hank Brennan. I was looking at him today and how he mispronounces things. Nefarious. Did you call law enforcement? Now look, there's an accent up there, and I love all of the New Englanders. I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's got that old colony snark. And Sammy, pardon me, the tickle is real. He's got the old colony snark happening. And when he does the Hank Brennan, and who writes his motions and his briefs with all the typographical errors and these run-on sentences, that drives me out of my gourd. Thank you, Andrea. Beautiful. Look at this beautiful lady. I say girl because I feel that in the world, everyone is younger than I am. So if I call you a girl, it's not meant bad. So anyway, I was going through all of that, and it came to mind of one of these kind of joke memes that I made a long time ago, and I can't find it. But it basically says that autocorrect is my worst enema. That is for Hank. Autocorrect is my worst enema. So there you go. So, my darlings, I have some things I want to show you. And this is going to kind of, so we've got this more research from Zelda coming, pardon me. And if that bothers you, I don't mind to clip off for a minute, because when she purrs and she gets happy, it's like, do you ever see the cartoon Charlie Brown where Pigpen, you see all this stuff fluttering around him? That in fact, maybe I can lower her, but I'll tell you what, she does not like it. She does not like it. Hold on. Zelda, I am a year older than you. You look like I'm 10. No, honey. It's called Cover Girl. There we are. Fate and Fortune. Well, I know who this is. This is Mrs. Marie. And this is, I love your red lipstick Zeldanator. She calls me the Zeldanator. And I don't know, I can't remember. She gave me that nickname a long time ago. Thank you, Mrs. Marie. She is in here. This is actually makeup she sent to me a long time ago that she never opened and used. And this is a combination of like 3 or 4 mixed with a brown pencil. And God forbid I don't run face first in anything because all you'll see is lips. So there we are. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Amanda, I don't think you have to worry. In fact, I know you don't. Sam, oh, whew, goodbye. And thank you very much. Vielen Dank für deine Freundschaft, bitte. All right. So I've got a little presentation that I want to make for you. And so hang in there, my darlings. Maybe get your pens, your paper, your pencils. This may be another this may be another note taker, but it's not going to be as long as what was the last time. So Pierre says a beautiful electric storm is passing through right now. Energy. I love it. Yeah, hippie chick, you need to take notes, because as this work comes through, you guys are going to give me a big head. Zelda, your lipstick is nice and rich. If I can remember what colors I mixed, because if you would have seen me, I came out. See, I always test it on camera, and I came out and I felt like there was a fire engine on my lips. And I'm like, oh, heck. I can't, I can't do that. I'm not used to that. So I ran back in and I'm mixing. I ran back out and I thought, that's not quite right. One more swipe. It's all said and done. Okay. So there we are. Sue says Hank is a repellent. I don't think you're that far off. A lot of us in oh, hi, Maeve. I just love that profile picture. A lot of us in Massachusetts do not pronounce word correctly. You are forgiven. I'm just talking about Hank. It is learned. Our parents, grandparents, etc. Yes, it comes from old Puritan English. We don't hear vowel E is A, etc. Well, my darling, yes. And I'm sure that you are fantastic and you pronounce, but I think it's just him that grinds me. So I don't want anybody, and my apologies if, because I'm not here to hurt anybody's feelings, but thank you for that explanation. But I'm sure it's not you. It is Hank the Tank. So there we go. Kim, you're good. Listen, I don't worry about when you guys come in here. Look, you see this? You know what I did to my lawyer the other day? I got to tell you this. You know how they have all these emojis, and my lawyer likes to talk in emojis and that sort of thing. And he and I are very good. I mean, I've known him for decades. And he texted me the other day and he said, something, whatever. And, I'm giving him thumbs up and, he's telling whatever and something. And I wanted to give him like, you are number one. Well, I made a mistake. I did not have my glasses on, made a mistake. And I flipped him the middle finger. That's why I don't use emojis. He wrote back and he said, really, you feel that way? And I put my glasses on and I said, oh, no, I'm so sorry. But he laughed. He thought that was so funny. So do not worry about typos because, look, I've got nails. Look, we're past that. We're past that, my darlings. All is well. Annoying. Yeah, that's one way. As a SPED teacher, I would say Hank has an auditory dyslexia. Oh, in my opinion. Well, thank you though for that. That makes some sense. If it comes to Hank. So, but thanks for clearing that up. I appreciate that. Aaron, Hank says Alessi wrong every time. I'm convinced it's on purpose. Of course it's on purpose. He says Alisi. Does that not grind when he was doing the hashtags and hash value and all that? And when Alessi, attorney Robert Alessi, corrected him, I will never forget the face that David Yannetti made. Never. Sitting there, trying to hold it back. There we go. All right, got to have this. All right. Deanna Zende. Zelda, I wonder if you can wear battery-powered watches. The answer is no. I can hardly take any medication except Aleve. I don't have to right now, thank God, and all the heavens. If I drive a car with a carburetor, I have problems within that car within 3 to 6 months. Any car with a big, intense electric system, look out. It can fry at any moment if I get upset. And so I have to be just very, very careful, but I cannot wear an electric watch. I love watches. Seriously, I love watches. And I will wear a watch battery powered in a certain way, but I can't wear them long. So unfortunately, that's the way it is. Okay, my darlings, get your little pencils and your papers and your pens, because the House of Zelda class is about to begin. And I want to go back, not as far as the troglodytes, but I want to go back maybe 3 days to the 29th of April. And the 29th of April, there you go, Amanda, there you go. The 29th of April, I'm pretty sure, is when Carrie Roberts testified. If I'm wrong, tell me. But I know she was on the stand on the 29th. So I have a little something. I'm going to wait for somebody to confirm that, just because I saw it. And I just want to make sure it's right before I tell you what's going on with Carrie Roberts. And let me know if Carrie Roberts did testify on the 29th of April. Did she testify? If you could just confirm for me, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll get going. I can tell you one thing, when I'm while I'm waiting to see, while I'm waiting to see what your answers are, I can tell you one thing. When I'm on a paranormal investigation, I can't wear anything, and it's very hard for me to touch anything electronic like these devices, because between the paranormal and between me, the devices go boom. You look at you guys. If nobody told you, they have. But thank you so much. That is a perfect shade of red for you. I'm going to have to write down, I mixed 3 shades. Now, in person, I don't know. But on screen, yeah. Okay. So let's just go with the, thank you for your generosity and your very kind comment, by the way. Thank you, Little B. Thank you, my darling. So let's go. I'm going to go with April 29th. So yes, we're just getting started, Lou. We're just getting started. April 29th is the date that I have Carrie Roberts on the stand. And this is what I've got. Okay. So hang in there, my darlings. We've got a little something here I want to share with you. I did a little bit of numerology for Carrie Roberts. And pardon me, I'm going to be reading some of my notes because so I don't get things mixed up. And then we're going to go into Jennifer. So when you break down the date of April 29th of 2025, it goes into the number 6. 6 is a mirror of more of morality. It's a mirror. What does that mean? The number 6 is often seen as responsibility, truth-telling, a moral compass, and karmic balance, and especially with dealing with family, friends, loyalty, and the justice system. However, Jennifer, with her little meddling, caused her to have a shadow. Carrie, a shadow. How did that happen? Well, when Jennifer and her sister Denise were sitting, and Peggy O'Keefe suggesting that they make a plan, and it was a plan. It was not a timeline. It was a plan and maybe a timeline together that caused a shadow over Carrie because a mental decision was made to use Carrie to mirror what Jen was saying. You see now? So when she testified on the 29th of 2025, it revealed guilt. So the number 6 on that. Now, this doesn't apply to any of you. I just want you to know that if you do any of the numerology and it comes out 6, this isn't for you. And this is not meant for anybody personally. This is based on testimony of Carrie Roberts and Jennifer McCabe. So this caused a shadow, and I can't see your comments right now, but I'll go back through them when I get back to the main screen. This caused a shadow right now when Carrie was testifying. It was a shadow of guilt. Oh, it gets better, or maybe worse, as far as she's concerned. Manipulation of facts to protect others. Now, this is the numerology about it. Now, one thing I want you to know is I didn't go in with this, okay, I want to dig something to find something nasty. I just kind of knew it was going to happen because of the situation and almost the perfection of the timing and the numbers. Because you know what? This stuff doesn't lie. And it's just so crazy right on. So it causes this shadow over Carrie Roberts of guilt, manipulation of facts to protect others, emotional reasoning, overriding the truth, and the performance of righteousness without substance. Now, I'm going to give you a little graphic that I want you to see. I think this is it. Yes. This is a strength card, and it is sort of inverted. Is that not cool? Sorta inverted. We know what else is inverted. And believe me, this is not me manipulating this. This is me taking the facts of ancient numerology and putting this together. So you see this card. I hope you can see it. You may have to, but I want you to look very closely behind it. I can't enlarge it anymore. I would. I wish I could. Let me see if I might be able to. Let me see. No. Hello, that's me. Let me see. No. Where are you? Card. There we are. No. Let me see if I can split it here. Oh. Nope. I can't get it any larger than what it is. My apologies. I want you to look in the back of this. Do you see the High Priestess card back there? Keep that in mind. All right. So let's continue. That, what you see right now, is a tarot echo. But let's back up a little bit. Okay. Backing up a little bit. Let me see here. Not only does Carrie have the strength card reversed, and you know I don't read reverse just because that's just the way it is for me. Doesn't mean it's wrong, doesn't mean it's right, but it's reversed for her. And not only is the tarot or the strength card reversed, which the strength card in this particular case And this particular layout and meaning with numerology and the way that it lays causes fear of the truth, silenced courage, meaning if she did have any courage to come forward and say anything, she's been silenced, and moral weakness. And I hate to say this, it's my opinion, but it's the opinion of the cards that the moral weakness, you can see this through her character on the witness stand. Now, this other card, and you see it here in the graphic when you're looking here, there is a shadow period, a shadow of a high priestess card. Now, as you know, that you've probably heard me say a dozen times or more, all water comes from the high priestess robes. The high priestess is a very spiritual chick. Let me just say that. But this water that comes from her robes is a water, it is a basis of truth that flows. Water is a life force. And with it being shadowed, if I can talk, and covered, that whole water element of the high priestess card is covered. The high priestess, when shadowed like this, means that there are secrets kept, that knowledge is being withheld. So it's very true that she has withheld something and intuition ignored. Bottom line, she knew, but she chose silence. And now silence speaks louder than what her words did. That is a very, very frightening thing. Carrie Roberts followed. She did not lead. There's less fire and more frost, and that's no pun intended for the weather. But even frost melts beneath karmic heat. She misled, she withheld, and the energy knows it. And that, I'm going to be saying very, very much so, is going to be very disturbing for Carrie Roberts going on. They could recall her. I don't know if they will, but they could. And these are things that are esoterically known and seen by the jury. Now, I want to continue. Let me get a little drink here. Okay. Let's talk about Jennifer McCabe. And resisting arrest, she was dragged. But I believe that it is of her own volition. And when I say that, I mean this. I believe that the purpose of this timeline from Peg, because while Peg O'Keefe, and believe me, I'm sorry for her loss. I don't know what I would do without my son. But the attitude of Peggy O'Keefe, as in, how many years have you been married to Mr. O'Keefe? Too many. In this particular case, I don't get that humor. I digress. Moving on, Carrie, I'm sure, is one of these women and previously one of these young girls that has looked at those types like Jennifer McCabe, the popular girl. She always wanted to be hanging around with the it crowd. And this gave her the opportunity to be an it girl. You heard those texts between Carrie and Jennifer that Jennifer read while she was on the stand for the second time. That, oh, I love you, take care of yourself. Oh, this should be. There's a word for this. And she was being, don't say it in the chat, but I'm going to describe it. Carrie Roberts testified on Jen McCabe testified on the 29th. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, this still stands true. Okay. This still stands true. And my apologies for the bad, because I was thinking that Jennifer, okay, I got it mixed up. But anyway, let me say this. Thank you, Kim, for correcting me. But this information still stands true, because the fact that it really doesn't matter what date that Carrie and Jennifer testified, even though it does. The fact that their names will be coming out throughout this whole trial is a thing, because they both admitted and they both lied. They both misled the grand jury. Which is a felony. I don't know who's going to do anything about it. Probably nothing will be done by this particular realm. But there's a name for this. And let me put it to you this way, because I don't want you to put it in the chat. But you'll know what I'm talking about. When you take your doggie to the dog groomer, I want you to look at it as though Jen is where Carrie went. And it was Jennifer that knew what she was doing. Now, as far as Peggy O'Keefe, I do not believe that anything of this, that she knows any of this truth. What I do believe is that her hatred for Karen was capitalized on by Jennifer and by Carrie. Jennifer is using everyone. Jennifer is using everyone in this particular case at the helm of Brian Albert and those who really have thought about this. Now, I want to talk to you about Jennifer McCabe. So let's continue, and then you'll see where I'm talking about. Now, let's go back to Jen. As we know, Jennifer has some very dark numerology analysis. As we talked about in a former live stream, the time of 2:27 p.m. equals the master binary number of 11. The universal day number is 16:7, okay? The time vibration master number, the binary number of 11, is illumination, psychic spotlight, not insight, but a spotlight, divine truth, or delusion. When you see this, I could not believe this when I finally got all of this information out. We now have the numbers, and I'm going to put it up here, and you're going to see this, and it is just going to be wild for you. Watch and see. The numerology, and this was for her testimony yesterday, equals the Tower card in the tarot. She has a Tower mind, which will be exposed, which will collapse, and will cause inner reckoning. Oh, let's continue, my darlings. Let's continue. The two together, these two numbers together, the 11, and see, it turns out to be 16, which reduces into the number 7. It causes electrified karmic accountability, which means that her karmic accountability is heightened, as in put to the front of the row. She is torn between illusion and awakening, and she is to the point where she can't tell the difference between one or the other. She is haunted. The numbers around this show she is haunted by previous choices trying to rewrite themselves through speech. See, part of the plan and the timeline has some very disturbing things behind it, as you know. In my opinion, I wasn't there. I can't say this truthfully that I wasn't there, but in my opinion, Peggy O'Keefe hates Karen so much that she will just go along with this timeline. It doesn't matter if she saw Jen prodding and putting into Carrie what needed to be said in order for this to happen, because Carrie wants to be popular and hang out and have a friend so badly that she's willing to compromise herself for this cause. And quite frankly, I believe Carrie knows the truth, and I believe that she knows better. But she has been brainwashed. Can I say that? In my opinion, yes. Now, Jennifer, this is all about Jennifer, has been haunted, and it's the haunting comes by rewriting the truth through the plan and through the speech. Now, here's another little thing I want to show you, because you're all going to love this one. This is the dark numerology and tarot analysis at 2:27 p.m. on April 30th of 2025, when Jennifer McCabe testified. There is her first universal day number, which is the tarot card, which is catastrophic revelation. And you could see that in her face during the times that many times when Alan Jackson was cross-examining her and truth was coming out. It causes destruction of false narrative, which means she tore down the truth and rearranged her words. Divine justice delivered in public. What's the divine justice? Everyone can see through her. And believe me, the jury can too. Now, so I'm going to talk about this justice card right here. You're going to love this. The justice card, in correlation with, and believe me, all this numbers and research that I've done, and I started this yesterday and finished up probably about 3 hours ago. I was kind of in a panic because I wanted to bring this to you tonight. The justice card equals legal consequences, truth versus manipulation. You know who's being manipulated. You know this. And insights into motives often brought into balance by external forces. What does that mean? The darkness that she has caused has brought the insight into this motive. And I also have another little insight I'm going to share with you in a minute. Together, the Tower card and the Justice card equals this. The lies that she has built will be measured and brought to light brick by brick. So at precisely 2:27 p.m. on April 30th of 2025, under the electric eye of the master binary number of 11, Jennifer McCabe stepped into the Tower card. I have chills. I don't know about you in the chat, but I just had to stop for a second. Her words, once cloaked, were pulled into justice's light. Now, what does that mean? Well, AJ and his beautiful, fantastic way of cross-examination pulled some of the truth out of her and exposed her. All it took was one little exposure, and she just kept exposing. When she stepped into the Tower card, her words, once cloaked, were pulled into justice's light. The universe didn't blink, it recorded. Just remember, you know that card that I show you all the time, the world card, the card with all the little scribes and the Wheel of Fortune, all the little scribes in four corners that represents the four Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And note that everything that we do on this earthly plane and in this meat suit body that we have right now is being recorded, and there's no erasing it. There's no inverting it. The heaven, our Father, and the universe have all the metadata, so you can't fudge it. And now, in this courtroom, it wasn't just the jury listening. It was the energy of every unspoken truth waiting to be heard. I don't know about you, but if I were them, I would be scared. And I don't mean physically. Because the Tower with Jennifer McCabe, and you can see it very closely, shows collapse, scandal, and divine exposure. She's being exposed, my darlings. Divine exposure. The Justice card right there with her is accountability and karmic weighing of the truth. The lies that was built will be measured and brought to light brick by brick. This is such a core that I had to share it with you. Now, the other thing I want to show you, and this is about, I don't know if I have this little graphic that I can show you here. I don't. I so apologize. I don't. So another thing about Carrie Roberts, okay, one quick little thing. The number 6, and I don't know why I don't have a graphic. Let me get one out for you. Hello. The cards are flying all over tonight because believe me, my darlings, this is big news. This is big news on a karmic level. You know how, remember the old commercial, you can't fool Mother Nature? Well, that's this. Okay, this is the Lover's card. I have to hold my finger over this. Let me remove this. Let me see. I have to hold my finger over there because, you know, sometimes the Tubi doesn't like things. The Lover's card. This is what the Lover's card is. This is for Carrie. And let me tell you about this Lover's card. The Lover's card, in this particular case now, don't be fooled because this is not about romance. In courtroom energy, the Lover's card represents a moral crossroads. Do you see the mountain between the two? It means making a choice under pressure and divided loyalties. And it also means being asked to pick between truth and protection. I don't know about you guys, but I would be really, really hating to get in their shoes. When she chose silence over sight, her number began to burn. Did you know that in numerology, your numbers can burn per karma? They can. 6 does not forgive imbalance. Now, once again, I'm talking about her only, and this is the opinion of numerology. It's this opinion, it's this entertainment purposes only, and it has nothing to do with anyone out there who has a number 6, because 6s are beautiful, and so is the Lover's card. But I just want you to know it's not about anybody else. I'm doing this specific deep dive, and that's what this channel is about. The Tarot Deep Dive Q&A. And that this 6, as far as Carrie is concerned, does not forgive imbalance. It restores it. So the bottom line for every lie or being misled, 2 truth or 3 truthful information pieces come out. It will be restored even by force. What does by force mean? Well, look on the stand. The cross-examination was pretty forceful until she admitted, oh yeah, I told this because of the timeline. The bottom line is these people went to a grand jury and misled them to get Karen. And unfortunately, that's what Peggy O'Keefe wanted. She did not want Karen in the family. And we'll talk about that one in a minute. So that is it, my darlings. That is it. And I'm going to tell you why Peggy O'Keefe did not want Karen, in my opinion, in the family. Because Karen brought family balance to the table. It is my understanding that Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, and Paul O'Keefe were not on speaking terms when John had his unaliving accident. I am more convinced today that Karen Reed is innocent than any other day. The reason that Peg hated Karen, and she did, and she does, and she showed it. The reason she hated it, and John was caught in the middle, because even though they weren't speaking, its blood is thicker than water. So she was trying to maintain that balance because, kids. And those kids loved Karen at that particular time. But I know what was happening. They were probably seeing Peg or seeing someone else. And you know how it happens when seeds start planting? And that happens in family situations and divorce situations, child custody situations. So those poor kids were like tethered to this issue and problems, and it just makes me sick. Erin, Paul's wife, saw what was going on. She liked Karen. She knew the truth. She still does know the truth. So the fact that Margaret O'Keefe, lost her son is very sad and very tragic. Unfortunately, the fact that she's using this situation to blame Karen, because what was the first thing that she told Karen? You let him go in. You let him go to this party. You dropped him off like John was 5. So she was blaming him right from the word go. But she herself had some problems, and I hope that they're taken care of. And you can hear Shaggy in the background because he's agreeing. So, some things in these situations are better left unsaid. Pardon me. But I think that there are some things that should be said. And I'm going to tell you, I think Mr. Keefe knows the truth as well. And he's tired. And he's tired of it. There you go, Jerry. There's your Shaggy. There's your Noodle. And I can tell you, these 2 women, regardless of what happens to them through this trial, has sealed their fate. Imagine being in Jennifer McCabe's shoes. Imagine. Your name has been plastered all over social media for 2 years. And you know something, And I'm going to tell you how I know 2 reasons. One thing that they did not bring up in the court is that she Googled herself. She Googled herself that morning of the 29th. Why do you Google yourself? I don't Google myself. I mean, sure, you may want to every now and then, but who does that? Somebody that figures that something is about to happen to them. That's number 1. Number 2, on the stand, I don't know if you remember this during Jen's testimony. Sorry, went blank there for a moment. She was talking about, when AJ was talking to him, she was talking about, well, I know that Karen did it because of this and because of this, and because they found pieces of the taillight around his body. Now, how did she know? Because the time that she said that she knew that, those pieces of the taillight had not been found yet. Did anybody else pick that up? Anybody else think that? She mentioned that as in a fact that Karen is guilty, that she did this with John because of these, and she was talking about those early morning hours when she found John. And she said that she mentioned at that particular time, and yet those pieces had not been found. The other thing that bothered me, and I mentioned it before, was the fact that they had been talking about Channel 4 being in a D&E pizza, whatever it is. Brian Albert sends a message over to the group chat that she is just there to eat. Now, why would you put eat in quotes? What was really going on there? And they were wanting Chris to find out whatever he could. And then that's when they started talking about, well, if she takes a plea agreement, then this will basically fly away. But if she doesn't, this will be an episode. This was at 4-something in the afternoon. And Karen wasn't arrested until something like 7:30-ish. So 3 hours early, they're talking about her taking a plea. If you and I can figure these things out, then the jury figures it out. That's how this works. And you can believe that each one of those jurors this weekend are thinking about not only the words, but the actions that they saw on the stand this past week. This is going to be extremely hard coming for Jennifer and Carrie this coming week. Because quite frankly, if I were them, I would be looking over my shoulder even more so. Because all of a sudden, you don't think that their husbands are saying, "Oh my God, you admitted on the stand," and especially Carrie Roberts' husband. Imagine this, especially Carrie Roberts' husband. You don't think that she went home and he looked at her and said, "Are you totally, completely out of your gourd, Missy? We do not want Jennifer McCabe over at this house. How long do you think it is going to take? How long do you think it's going to take before that group is going to be not a group any longer?" I have something I want to throw out here, and it's just I just want to throw it out here to you. I just want to throw it out here to you. Obviously, there's a bro code in this. You know what a bro code is. Yes, my darling, I'll be glad to do that. There's my little, oh my God, look at that. Look at that little baby. Oh no. Okay. I see all that little sloth stuff on it and I just cry. Oh my God, it's so cute. So anyway, okay, back to this. The bro code. I will do that for you, Shannon, and thank you for asking. Kim, bravo. No one person. I'm getting choked up because it ticks me off. I'll let you read that for a minute. I can't even say that. Okay. You know, yesterday when she was testifying and she had the cross around her neck and she started getting flushed and upset and was making all this dramatic, traumatic type malarkey. You know what I said to the TV? I'm going to tell you right now what I said. This is exactly, and all of you are protected. But this is exactly what I said. Sit down, demon. Sit down, demon. If you look at those last 3 videos that I made and talking about unraveling the binding that she has made, the dark binding, quite frankly, all of these actions come from Jen. Now, I want to talk to you for a minute about a bro code. And that's what I want to talk to you about for a second. And I want to do a what if. And the what if will really, really make you start thinking about going down the dark corridor. But before I say that, if you could please, the corridor here is not dark. You see, it's pretty light behind me. If you do me a favor and please like and subscribe, you will love this community. If you're watching, we just love it here. And I think I've got the best community around. Thank you. I want to think of something. I want you to all think about something. Pardon me. Let's talk about a bro code. And I want to take this into another pathway because I want you all to tell me what you think. Let's play what if. What if Matt McCabe, hypothetically now, I'm just talking hypothetically, guessing, entertainment purposes only. What if Matt McCabe, Uncle Brian, Colin, and Higgy Baby all did this with John? What if now? Not accusing anybody. What if? And you know, just think about this. It happened. The circumstance happened. And there was an agreement between Matt and BA to tell their wives. Higgy knows what's going on. Colin knows what's going on. What if that's when Jen McCabe said, oh, don't worry. Because remember, after they got home, do you remember after they got home? It was recorded on Jen's Apple Health data, however you want to say it. She did all those steps. What was it, 200 and some odd steps? What if she was pacing in the bedroom? What if that's what at 2:27 a.m.? What if that's when she was like, oh my heck, I got to find out. How long is it? How long? I'm so nervous I can't even type. How long to die in the cold? Oh my gosh. No, 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 no. What if? What if about that? What if, because Matt's in IT, what if Matt took her phone when he was downstairs fixing his snacks? Because, Matt the snacker. What if Matt was downstairs fixing a snack and sees Jen's phone sitting on the table? What if he picked it up and deleted that? These are just sort of, kind of, maybe sort of happened. Remember the bro code. Because the one thing is, I do not believe, pardon me, if that bothers you all, please let me know and I'll, disappear for a minute to do the tickle thing. What if and it was Jen who decided, because she's the take charge person. Now, the one thing that I also want to say is this, at the end of Jen's, where she felt like she grabbed the command again, and she did the defense a huge, great, big, fat favor, and saying, oh, the FBI, well, I did talk to them again. And I said a few things straight with them. And I think that I am the one who helped with putting this together. I mean, she's Delulu to begin with, and she's a nutcase to begin with. But are you going to, please tell me, Jennifer, if you're watching, please tell me how little old you can tell these people from Quantico who have been educated in this type of thing, and you all of a sudden give them an epiphany to help them solve things, and now the investigation is over? How delulu are you? Do you not know that sometimes these agencies have a license to lie, and they love covert activity, and that's how they get some of these things done? Do you know that when people relax and they feel that they don't have to have their guard up and their walls up and they relax, and then somebody's on social media and they slip and go, oh, don't think that they're not watching. Don't think that they were not watching this thing yesterday. Pardon me, her yesterday, and was probably saying the same thing me. Hello, saying the same thing I was. Sit down, demon. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Now, the other thing that bothers me is that they are saying that it is very close where they found John, that the fire hydrant and the flagpole are very close. If you look at those pictures, no, they're not. No. See, the one thing about Jennifer McCabe, in my opinion, is that she feels that when she speaks, what was that commercial? When she speaks, people listen, because that she feels that she has such a degree of self-importance and comes off so believable. I'm sorry. Now, every time I see an ice cream truck, I'm wondering around what G-man is running around with it. That's the whole thing. Kim says the FBI Quantico data forensic expert provided proof that Jen McCabe made the 227 search with only one delete out of 4,560 searches on her phone. Amen, Kim. Amen. And she thinks that she's the big woman on campus that saw Jen. Maybe they have some openings at the FBI and you should apply if you are that talented. Perhaps you could be a cryptologist. That would be great. You know what, Jen? I bet you would be a great cryptologist because you were able to take this timeline that you manufactured, in my opinion, and take that timeline from 12:32 a.m. to 12:45, but you sort of kind of squiggled it together to say, oh no, I saw Karen outside at 12:45 a.m., but no, I didn't see her. I looked out the window. I didn't see anything. I didn't see her. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Jen, please apply today. Go to the website, fbi.gov, and apply for their cryptology department. I bet you would just be taken up, eaten up, just like that. I bet you would be able to really teach these very knowledgeable agents a lot. You might be able to get on their witness manipulation task force to learn how witnesses try to manipulate situations to cover their own heinies. Good one, Jen. Apply today. Oh my heck. Oh my heck. Jojo says, the chill one. I love you, Jojo. Zelda, please, can we put a collective truth-telling spell on the prosecution witnesses? Well, let me tell you something, my darling. They already have a spell over them that have been placed there by some dark work. Not by me. In my last two videos, did an unbinding. Now, it's not because of me. I'm sure there are many others. I don't believe in spell work in that regard. But what I do believe is to gathering the truth-telling forces of the universe, and it will unbind. And the fact that you can just, all you have to know is this. When Jen testified, she walked right into the tower card. And that is a total collapse. She may think that she did well, but I'm going to tell you what. We all know she's full of the brown stuff. We all know she's full of Shisela, right? So I'm going to tell you the binding as of the first day she was on the stand is starting to unravel. And it's even more unraveling because the more we go on, and just think about this, my friends, we haven't seen any other of these other witnesses. We've only seen a few, a handful. So just think what's going to be coming out. More truth. But throughout this whole trial, you're going to be hearing about 227. You're going to be hearing about Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts throughout the whole trial. This is taken care of. I got to tell you, it's taken care of. Because listen, someone from that group, I don't know who, but I think I know, tried to send me a few things. And believe me, you don't want to take me on. Not like that. I've been around the block. Listen, I've handled tougher demons than you guys. And I'm not talking to you people here. I'm talking to those people there. So sit down, demon. Sit down. That's what you all have to start saying when you see this on the stand. Sit down, demon. Sit down. Don't put up with it. Don't get scared. Don't freak out and think, oh my God, I'm so worried about the jury. Sit down, demon. You don't have a place in this. Truth will be revealed and will prevail. Period. Period. And look at the truth coming from Miss Jules in Florida. Bless you, my child. Gifted 10 memberships. You guys are wonderful. You're absolutely wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Green-eyed Southern Girl says, I keep praying and praying that Proctor to flip. Here's the thing. Proctor can only say so much. Proctor is the baby Huey of this thing. They used him to get across the narrative. And when he proved himself unworthy, none of these jokers stood behind him. He came to their rescue. He listened. Can you imagine listening to her day in and day out for months? We should send him an award. But can you imagine? He was bad enough. But can you imagine? And I want you to think about this. The CW cannot, they have him on the witness list. They should, here's their job. Hank's job now is to get ahead of all this bad crap that is coming out. His job is to get ahead of it. He is the one who should call Proctor to the stand. I highly doubt he will. And I bet the defense will call him to the stand and say, listen, because you know what? We haven't wait till we hear from Trooper or Lieutenant Tully McGillicuddy. McGillicuddy? Yeah. Wait till we hear from Lieutenant Tully McGillicuddy. He's going to get up there and he's going to say, no, she didn't tell me this. I wrote down what I know. Why would I? Because they all know that they could get in trouble for filing a fake police report. And for some reason, Quantico Jen feels that we're all just going to be starting to believe her. Oh no, I made these reports with these police officers and they wrote it down wrong. I don't know about you, but every police officer that I know doesn't manufacture things unless they're, and even as bad as Proctor, he was doing his little thing, but I think he wrote down the truth in that. Yeah. Sit down, demons. Sit down. Sit down, you guys. You guys get me on this roll. Listen, you should have heard me when Jennifer McCabe was testifying. You should have heard me when I was doing this research. Gone, oh, heck no. I was sitting here writing everything down. Oh, heck no. Right. Oh, heck no. I was just like, hello, we're here. I want to show you all something. So just remember when Jennifer McCabe walked in that day at 2:27, she walked into the tower card, my darlings. There you go. See, there's two people. Oh, I wonder if that's Carrie and Jennifer. But there's something I want to point out here. Do you see this person is falling out, but they're falling face up? This person is falling face down. The reason it is because sometimes we can make such a grave error and mistake that we don't see what's coming. Sometimes we do the opposite. Sometimes we make such a horrible mistake that we know what's on. We know what's coming. This is number 16. It reduces to 7. That matches the numerology of when Jennifer McCabe testified at 2:27 p.m. the first day she started her testimony. She walked into this tower card. How much do we really think that's going to heal? How much? I don't think none. The one thing that I have not mentioned, and I mentioned it before, is that you're going to love this. You're going to love this. Yes, I got my cards. I don't want anybody to worry. This case is making history and it's getting attention. And that includes Beverly the cow. No disrespect. All of this, now it started to rain. The universe heard me. Let me see. There's another card here I want to show you, my darlings. To say that I like this kind of thing, that I enjoy it, no, I do not. But to say that I feel it's a part of I don't want to say my job, but I feel it's a part of my calling, that if I don't share this stuff with you, how dare I? But that's just me, because see, I have that researcher spirit. I have the research spirit. Let me show you these, my friends. These are the 3 cardinal cards. Now, we saw this one. Oh, look at that. That's pretty chummy looking. This was the one for Carrie, and it was reverse. And you know that I don't read reverse, but in this particular situation for Carrie Roberts, it had to be reversed. There's no way that I could have had it. But the 3 together are the cardinal virtue cards. And look at this. Look at this justice card. Standing there, sitting there, Lady Justice, a sword that cuts both ways, can tear down, and can actually heal, and the scales of justice. The third, last but not certainly least, of the cardinal virtues is the Temperance card, which is also the zodiac sign for Sagittarius, and that is the sign for John O'Keefe. So there we are, my darlings. I'm here. But you know, the more I'm going to tell you, I don't like liars. Because anybody that will lie to you will steal from you. Anybody who will steal from you will lie to you. It's a never-ending loopity-loop. Never-ending loop. Here we go. Hold on just a second. Zelda, I lost it when AJ said when Officer John O'Keefe was put into the ambulance, you turned your back. I'm so sorry. Right? They see. Everybody sees. You know, the idea of them putting those videos up there, believe me, it's not like the jury hasn't already seen this stuff, right? Because they certainly have. The idea of them putting this up here, my darlings, is so everybody can really see. And I'm going to tell you what. Could you possibly convince me that any one of these jurors haven't seen this? And let me tell you this, these jurors this weekend, do you really think that they're going to be able to be on social media and not see anything of what's going on with this case? No. Can that be controlled? No. Am I saying that they should be doing that? Certainly not. But the one thing to be really aware of with Jennifer McCabe and with her counterpart, her partner, Carrie Roberts, they not only lied to get an innocent woman indicted and facing life in prison, but what they don't realize over here is universal law is watching how they are accepting the fact, I have to think of the words here so I can say them, accepting the fact that they are excusing behavior of the real people who unalived John O'Keefe. And if y'all are watching me from that group across the aisle, sit down, demon, because you know better. You know the truth, and you're not saying anything. And you want to excuse the unaliving of Officer John, and you want to excuse indicting an innocent person. Karma will be delivered to you fresh on a silver platter and in a particular way that will come out of the blue that you will not see what hits you. Because Jennifer, Jen, JJ, Miss Blowout, you walked into the tower, and justice will have her way with you. So sit down, demon. Sit down. If we can see it, everybody else can. I don't want anyone here to worry about this jury. Seriously. Because from now on, when you see these people, sit down, demon. Sit down, demon. Out of the way, demon. The truth is coming. The truth will set you free. The truth will be revealed. Sit down, demon. What they've done to Carrie is inexcusable and unexcusable. I know. Y'all don't need, you guys, listen, you don't need to yank my chain. I'm a self-starter. You see that? I don't like this stuff. Hi, Boozy, my darling. I see this beautiful chick all over the place all the time. I look at her and I think, oh my God. She's smart and beauty all in the same sentence. Wonderful. They were very particular for wanting a young jury. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because you know why? These young jury, you get somebody, I know enough to know that I don't know enough about technology and sort of things, But you know what, my darlings? You get these people on here that know all this about technology, all this about all these things. And you know what, my darlings? They're sitting there thinking about these timelines and going, yeah, you got these people on here that are supposed to be Cellbrite, this Ian Wiffleball. He's supposed to be a Cellbrite, guy. And yet he doesn't know. See, the one thing I do know is that Cellbrite is an Israeli company. They are out here wanting to get in here. Apple Inc. is the castle. They are the keepers of the castle. And they can conflict many times with data, whatever you want to call it. But you can't tell me that they're looking at this Ian Wiffleball guy and saying, how is he coming to that? Because that doesn't make any sense. They were smart for wanting a young jury. Boozy also says, pardon me, I can't wait for the defense's Richard Green to come in and be like, it's common sense. If it's time stamps, it happened, right? Right? But this chick up there, I'm not going to say what her name is, has tried to mess around in the dark a little bit. Be careful. Be careful. Cynthia, hi. Welcome. All right, guys, I'm settling down now. I'm calming down. And for all of you watching, I'm calming down now. Right? Peggy was more than willing to get up on the stand. Have you heard what Turtle Boy has to say about Miss Peg from what I've yeah. I mean, I don't like to talk about that type of thing, those things and, whatever. But yeah, what I know and what I've heard is bad enough. It's not very peaceful and happy. It isn't. It's very sad. The whole thing. Yeah, the whole thing. Love the new microdots video with all the sound and trucks in front of the house. Well, you know what? We're going to play that tonight. So hang in there. We're going to play the new microdots video. So let me take a look here. Here we go. Robin says, oh, I love this new Lady Zelda. Oh, listen, this really is the real Lady Zelda. I just, something like this, I do not like this kind of thing. And it's really is soul wrenching when you delve in this. And I want you to know, my darling, I want you to know this. The reason I look into these deep dives for you is because I want to give you the courage and I want to prop you up and let you know that the truth will be revealed. And if you can just sit and let this process, there's a higher divine guidance over this case. She's not going to get Jen, Carrie, they're not going to get away with this. Regardless, they're not. Pray for Karen so she can continue to withstand this, because look at her. Tiny little, who's like a mighty Mo. That's what I want. Someday I hope to meet her. But I want to just basically say, Karen, you are a mighty Mo. And look over at the other and say, sit down, demon. Sit down, demon. All right, let me find this, our sweet Richie Microdots video. Let me find that because I want, oh, hello, I'm in the right place. And I keep pushing to go in the wrong place. All right. There we are. Okay, because I want you all to see this new. So pardon me for the bombastic outburst there, but hey, we got to keep things going. And I'm going to tell you what, I can't wait for them to get Matthew McCabe on the stand, but especially Arca. I want to tell you something about Arca in a minute. As soon as I find our sweetheart's little video here. Oh, I promise you I'm looking. Here we go. Hello, let me start this over because you guys, I don't want you to miss a thing. Don't want you to miss a thing. Give me a second. Let me set this up, my darlings. Here we are. Make sure you turn up your volume. I don't know how loud it'll be there for you too. Give me a second. I'm going to make this large Marge. There we are. See if you can see it. Now, let me check. Make sure. Yep, you should be able to see it. All right, my darlings. Let me turn up your sound if you need to. And if we need to watch it twice, we will. Here we go. Darlings, enjoy this. Well, hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me start over. The sound was down.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There's an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running. So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes, yeah. Side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up.
So, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. He's been out.
Correct?
Correct.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn.
Right. Something different.
Was that not good? Was that not terrific? And appropriately so, it is storming to beat the band. Thank you. The first video that I ever watched that Richie made, I think I held my breath the whole way through it. Maybe we need to watch that video. Do you guys want to watch another video of Richie's? Should we watch another video just to kind of get us? Do you think we should? Put a 1 in the chat for me if you think we need to watch another video. Oh, hold on. Somebody's texting me and I'm going crazy. Everything's going crazy here. Okay. I think we should watch another video, just kind of like stay in the zone. Let me find. There is one that he had, and he actually revised it, and it was called, I believe, Fatal Error. And seriously, my darlings, and this was when I first started watching all of this, and I'm not kidding. Seriously, I don't think I caught my breath. I know I didn't. I didn't catch my breath. Let me get this video queued up for you right now. Oh, there's some sirens going on. I mean, the storm siren. That's okay. We're here. We're going to sit down and we're going to sit right through it. We're going to sit right through it. Let me see here. I'm going to need to find this one. No. Bear with me. Talk amongst yourselves, please, because I love yuns. All right. Is this it? I think so. Well, it doesn't matter. They're all good. They're all good. Let me see this. Well, Zelda, I can tell a few little things are, this one is 42 minutes. Don't know if you guys want to watch 42 minutes, but I can tell you this. We're going to watch this one. The one that I like. Okay, here we go. Give me a second. Give me a second. I love him. I love him. I love him. Okay. Let me get it real big for y'all so you can see it. Please adjust your volume. Rosebud. Oh yeah, he does have that too. I noticed that he does have that, Boozy. Thank you. Rosebud. I don't like to play other people's content without their permission, or I would. So I'm very careful of that sort of thing. Maybe sometime if I can get, I don't know them. I really like them and admire them. So maybe someday, sometime I'll be able to do that. But so let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this video from Richie. I'm gonna make me really small. There we are. And I want you all to enjoy this because I know I do. Here we are. Oops. Watch it again. There we go. Oops. Wait a minute. Wrong one. I put the wrong tab up there, my darlings. Hold on. Gee, Zelda. Who's skipping down the streets of the city, smiling at everybody she sees? Okay, let me see. There we go. Here we go. Now, let me fix this so we got her big and going because I want y'all to see it. And here we are. Stay tuned, my darlings. We're doing this.
Let's get the story straight. We were going out to celebrate Junior's 23rd birthday, but he decided not to come. Because crowds make him anxious. Earlier that afternoon, Chris runs into John at the pizza shop. John asks Chris if they're going out later. Make sure you mention that it was John's idea. Chris invites John to meet them at the waterfall after he closes up.
Feeling groovy.
And tells John to text him later. At 9:45 p.m., Chris texts John to come to the waterfall. John shows up around 11 with Karen. Remember to say she walked in with a drink. A clear liquid with a lime. It was fun, positive. Everyone was in a great mood. It was friends and family. People were getting along. No sign of hostility. Julie left right after John arrived because she got a sudden migraine. There was talk about where to go after. Karen asked more than once if they could go make pizzas across the street. Being a nuisance, she kept asking and asking. And then someone mentioned going back to Brian's house. It was an open invitation. Anyone could have come, although no one else did.
I wasn't specifically invited myself.
The Alberts left with Higgins. No one noticed any tension. Jen walks out with Karen and requests she rides over to Fairview with her, but only because John and Matt were still inside, helping the band clean up. It was innocent. Chris decides to walk home instead of going to Brian's, for no particular reason. There will be a lot of questions. When they ask if you noticed any arguing between Karen and John, don't say no. Just say,
I wasn't really paying attention.
John and Karen head over to Fairview. But they've never been there and aren't exactly sure where it is. Jennifer called John to provide directions. They take the long way, via Washington Street to Dedham to Cedar Crest. Jen and Matt saw them through the window, while Brian and Higgins looked at photographs in another room. Listen, this is the most important part that we all need to remember. For the rest of our lives, just say the guy never went into the house. Tell them Colin and Caitlin had already left, if anyone asks. Jen will delete all of her calls, text, and the Google search. Then she'll hand over her phone, like she has nothing to hide.
Yes, I handed it over.
And our friend in the lab will make sure none of it is ever found, just like last time, with that other girl. Don't worry, we'll be okay. Mike Proctor is taking care of everything. We'll buy him a gift, something really nice. For him and Courtney, they earned it. Listen, I know we all like John. He was a good guy, but he wasn't family. And we can't ruin our lives over a little drunken mistake. As for Karen, who gives a fuck about her? No one. And no one will care what happens to her. Think about our family. Think about Colin. This would destroy his future. All of our futures. Everything we've built and worked for. It would destroy everything. Everything. There's something I need to tell you. And that is, we've done this all before. We know how to make it stick. Upgrade her charges to murder. Twist her words into a confession.
She was saying, I hit him.
Invent a motive and assassinate her
She
character.
was screaming frantically in the back. She knew where he was. I didn't know he was there. She did. Screaming.
34 Fairview Road, Canton now.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
All units respond to 34 Fairview Road. All units. 10-4.
Don't come out of the house. No one will knock on the door. They know better. Monitor police
Let's
activity.
be careful of what we put in the chat, please. And thank you.
Don't photograph
The algorithms
evidence, and don't
don't like
document searches.
A lot of words. Thank you, though.
Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know. And someone we trust, like family. Question witnesses together. Get the story straight. harass those who ask questions, then claim it was you who's been harassed.
This is harassment. We are all receiving.
Just a lot of harassment.
Arrest journalists. We have ways of getting anyone who causes problems. Legal ways. And other ways.
In my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
She sucks.
We'll simply destroy incriminating evidence before ever handing it over. We can't just give them a video of 4 cops smashing her taillight with a hammer. That just isn't going to happen. It's only a problem if the court makes it a problem. And so far, there haven't been any consequences. Listen, you don't need the truth on your side when you run the system. From the Canton police to the mass state police, the ME, the judge, and even the media, everyone in that system knew exactly what was expected of them, and they fell in line. You call it looking the other way, but it's the way things work in Massachusetts. What you don't seem to understand is this is the way it's always been. The girl wasn't supposed to fight. None of this would have happened if she just took the plea. One small injustice to save the reputations of many. She should have fallen on her sword. For us.
There you go, my darlings. That is, he's so brilliant. He's just so brilliant. Now, I did play that other Look the Other Way. And there was something in there that I got copyrighted on. So it's unfortunate. But anyway, isn't that outstanding? I mean, that is just beautiful and wonderful and all those wonderful things. So just, every time I just am so engrossed in his work. I love his work. I'm intrigued. Wish I could do work that well. You are quite welcome. You are quite welcome. Yeah, he had a couple of really good songs on there, and I got copyrighted, so I had to go back and take that out. I might even get copyrighted for this one. I don't know, but it is what it is. So anyhow, there we go. So that's what's going on, and I love it. I love him and his work. I think he has brought so much understanding, but I don't know if there's a little something in here that many of you picked up on, and that is, he said, if she pleads out, because, you know, they've had these texts for quite some time, and I want you to know there's more about to come out. May will be an unbelievable month for Karen in a very good way. Pardon me, a lot of this is going to be coming out, and it's going to be something else. And, you know, my question is, in the previous video, Jen's sitting there and saying, oh no, we didn't hear anything. No sirens, no anything. How could you not? I mean, that's just crazy. That is just, I mean, she really expects that? I do not believe that she was that the jurors are going to believe her. In fact, I think they've come out of this first week with an idea of what in the absolute heck have we just witnessed? Please tell me that we're not going to sit through another 8 weeks of this. I can bet you. I can bet you. Right, Boozy? I mean, when I first got involved with this, it was about a year ago when I first got involved. And I started watching the trial, and boy, I went on a deep dive immediately. I looked everything from autopsy photos to the 911 calls to everything. And it's like, oh my gosh. That I just couldn't fathom. And hearing Karen scream like this in those, I mean, and holding it against her because she didn't take her shoes off when she went in John's apartment or in John's house looking for, my heck. Oh my Lord. It just gives me chills. Elizabeth. Zelda, you said a long time ago that Jen would go down still lying till the very end, and she will. She believes everything that she says. She's ingrained that. The dark. Tracy says, my bedroom is in the back of our house, and I woke up when one fire truck was parked in our cul-de-sac. Unreal. They didn't hear those engines and air brakes, right? Right? I live in an area where it's a condominium unit, and the parking lot is away, and there's another side that is several hundred feet away from our unit, and there was an ambulance that came one night. You know, they always, not always, but sometimes they send out a fire truck, and it was way on the other side of the complex. And I come up out of here like it was like, what the heck has happened? What's going on? And I mean, I was in my sleep mode for once. And the first thing I do is I get up and looking all around thinking, okay, who's going on? What's going on? And, you know, you look outside and blah, blah, blah. That's just a normal thing to do. I cannot wait until Mrs. Chung testifies. And, you know, they're going to ask her right away, Mrs. Chung, did you hear the ambulance and everything? Did you hear everything? Of course. Of course. Just next door. Hello. Hello. Let me see. Let me get back here. Kelly, yes. They were so mean to her. They are. They're horrible. And the thing of it is, nobody really knows what she's gone through. And it's no wonder that she takes that mocking tone and those cutting room floor edits that Hanky thinks it makes him look so brilliant. It just makes me crazy. Yep. So there you go. Super Pat. Possible jury tampering and no. I think everybody's going to be very on their P's and Q's. I think everybody's going to be not messing. They know they've messed, but you saw them so far. They know the defense has the goods, and they're not going to take any chances. And quite frankly, this is a young jury. And quite frankly, there's been so much media that I think if anybody tried to do anything, game over. I don't believe that will happen, but let's pull a card. I'm here and I'm ready. Let's pull a card. Let's see what happens. Pulling a card. Here we are. Hello, mystery singer. On the 911 call, Jennifer McCobb said she called John O'Keefe. It doesn't seem to be breathing. the guy and turns her back on him. We talked about that. Turning your back on a situation means that you want to check out of that reality. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Let's see. We're going to ask now about the jury. Guides. Here we go. You'll see it before me. Oh, no. With this Queen of Wands, she's a fiery thing. And see the kitty right there? That's the intuition. This fiery Queen of Wands opens up door to opportunity, but she will open up a door if there's any type of jury tampering, any type of messing around. She's very intuitive. And she's very psychic. And she gets the job done. She steps in when sometimes other royals cannot. There's a lot of really fiery energy behind her. I'm going to tell you something about the wand suit. The spirit animal for the wand suit is the salamander. Now, that's kind of an odd little spirit animal to some degree. However, the salamander, supposedly, allegedly, is supposed to be a little creature that can go through fire and never be singed. Now, I would not suggest trying that, and I would never try that, and I don't know, but that is why, because usually, I'm going to say 99% of the time when you're going through something like Karen, and you've got that type of spirit or spirit animal over you, the great thing about that is this queen and this energy makes sure that while you may have to go through the fire, you may come out a little smoky, but you won't be singed. I'm going to tell you what I've been getting for Karen once this is over. I do believe that she and maybe even her family will be moving. I don't know where, and even if I did, I wouldn't disclose it. I do believe that she's going to be okay, but they will be filing lawsuits immediately. And I've got to tell you something. Jennifer McCabe and her clan are more worried about getting a lawsuit because, I think they're planning on Netflix and book deals and all kinds of other stuff. Miss Blowout 2025. And she's to the point where she's more afraid of that civil lawsuit and that type of loss than she is because, first of all, we all know that nothing is going to happen to them right now for the lies that they told to the grand jury, because it would take this particular DA's office, is my understanding, not a lawyer, not law enforcement, but it would take them pushing to have something done unless there's a justice on the grand jury that pushes that finds out that they were misled and duped. They may. Now, I don't know the law in Massachusetts. I'm not a lawyer. Ask your favorite law person. But it's my understanding from my lawyer. Now, we're, again, not from Massachusetts, but if there's a particular justice that has found out, justice meaning judge, that has found out that they went in front of the grand jury and they lied to mislead them to sign an indictment, holy smokes. That may be a problem. So I don't know. If that particular justice who was on the grand jury says, oh no, we're not, I mean, he could call the feds. He could call whomever. Again, not Massachusetts. But that would supersede the fact that Meatball Morrissey And there would be nothing that he could do because, see, he's already being looked at for not filing charges against Farwell for Sandra Birchmore. There's still no state charges against him. And I still don't believe that Morrissey wants to put any state, because he's thinking, oh, well, why? The feds have him. Why should I do that? The reason that he's not putting state charges against, in my opinion, the reason that Meatball has not filed any state charges in Massachusetts against Farwell, because they would have to open up a case that is much bigger and probably as big as the feds. And they would be expected to then hold Nicholas Guarino, Gitmo Guarino responsible, all these other people responsible. That was, right now, they're kind of sitting back here in limbo. But I don't know if you noticed when Nicky Guarino was on the stand, he seemed to have been a little bit more conservative, and he kept putting out the disclaimer, I'm not the one who pulled these. I'm not the one who pulled these. Listen, every one of these people have listened to all of us who are on here, who have been chirping for this long. I'm a youngster in the case. It's been a year for me. A lot of you have been at this for 3 years, 2 years, 3 years. It could be ever, whatever. But you can't tell me that none of them are listening to the chirping. But he's pulling back because they see, first of all, what's happened to Farwell, and they see what's happened to Proctor. And I know that most of them are wiping out the back of their pants and going, holy Shisela, we may be going down. So, here's the thing. All of these cases were working hand in hand because we have a DA's office, in my opinion, that has taken control of that county, especially other counties as well. But this county is on the limelight right now. They've taken control of this, and they're setting what is called a precedence. Setting a precedence and showing that it's curtains for most of these people. Because look, the decision from the Colonel Noble about Proctor superseded Morrissey. Morrissey couldn't do anything about it. I think he tried. Guarino was on the stand reading the text messages between John and Karen in the most undescript, unemotional way that he possibly could, which I appreciated. Resisting arrest. I have this dream. Every time I'm in there, I keep thinking, please go in there. Please get out the bracelets. Please. I want to see these people. Most likely, here's usually what happens in these types of, and again, I'm not law enforcement. I'm not a lawyer, but I know a lot of people, and I've been involved in a lot of cases, and I've talked to a lot of people, and most times what they do is the feds talk to the little fish to get to the big fish, because it's the little fish that will squirm the hardest. And they usually have families and all kinds of things that they need to protect. So if the feds come calling, it's for the little fish to go after the big fish. Because the one thing is that they will not grab anybody unless they have absolute testimony. Now, most interestingly enough, be careful of the things that you're putting in the chat, please. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. The algorithms don't like certain emojis and don't like certain things. I appreciate, just be careful, please, because that'll get me banned for a week. Thank you. The big thing that they have to be careful about is the ME. I can't wait to see the new ME that the defense has. I watched her in the Dr. Kurt Turk case. She didn't give a crap. She stood right up to the DA. The DA tried to discredit her over and over and over again. And she just didn't care. And she, quite frankly, what was I going to say? Quite frankly, she does not charge that much in the because she has a business now of looking. She has a business now of looking over autopsy reports and pointing out some things that are not really quite correct. And she did that in Dr. Turk's case. And the DA didn't like it. Oh, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. That is going to be spectacular, because it is my understanding that she's going to testify that John's body was moved. That's my understanding. And that there are 5 men's DNA on John's shoe. So it's going to get good. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the jury. Don't worry. Be happy. Ooh, doo, doo. Don't worry. Ooh, be happy. Ooh, don't worry. Be happy. And 3 touch DNA on the taillight. Thank you. You know, the one that Jen said that made Karen guilty because she knew that the taillight was in the snow before anybody saw the taillight and reported it. Yeah. So we've got some great things coming, my darlings. There's no reason to even be concerned or worried. We just got a little taste of the crumpets. We're getting ready to have a full out tea time. And get ready this week, because it's going to start. Now, I'm going to tell you, I have a lot of confidence in the defense team, and I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. I have more confidence in this defense team than I do in the sun coming up. And don't think that Miss McCabe can't be called back to the stand, because she certainly can be. And so can Carrie Roberts after all this is done. I cannot wait for Mr. Green to get on the stand, like Boozy said. I cannot wait for Arca to get out there, because first of all, Miss Jen opened up the Fed door. She opened that door. Now the jury knows. So is Judge Beverly going to say, do not mention the FBI? How can she say that? Jen opened the door. Hold on. Equal parts sympathy and outrage. I love that name. Zelda and crew, I'm already worried that we are going to do when this caper is solved. I love you all and want this Saturday night. Listen, we're going to continue. Listen, we will have plenty to be talking about this. And you know, the unfortunate part about this is that there'll be more cases, but there will be more to come, because when this is over with Karen, then we go on to part 2. And part 2 is when Karen is found not guilty and acquitted, she will be filing suits against all these people, and we will be sitting back and we will be watching. And that is the absolute truth. No worries. I will continue. That the whole idea of my channel was I started because I wanted to just be talking about these crime things. But the more I got into the Karen Reed case, the more I got. I mean, as of yesterday, as of today, there's 336 videos I have so far on Karen. That's a lot. That's almost daily in less than a year, because I started posting on her, I think, in June. Verdict Watch was the first one that I ever did, was the Verdict Watch. So don't worry, we're going to be here. And Zelda, did you know Jen got her teeth fixed? And no, I don't think she got her tooth fixed. I don't think so. If you take a look at her, Karen's haircut and the highlights, yeah. That's why I was saying blow out Jen. Tracy, those pieces would have been in the street right where all the responding vehicles parked. Some would have been crushed to dust after being run over. No way they would have found all those pieces, right? I mean, you know what my question is? Did they ever check the wheels and the tires of these first responders that came out there? Because if the snow was packing, think about it, and they're driving, it's just like picking up a stone that could still be in the treads. Did they check for that? I don't think so. Taillight pieces could have been in the treads of those, even the cop cars, even the black and whites. All the responders that went out there could have been in the treads. Did they check? No, because they all knew what they were doing. Well, it looks like she had her teeth whitened because I think she had the spray tan going. But yeah. So Kim says, I laughed out loud literally when Bev called Carrie Roberts Jen McCabe, and when she called Jen McCabe Carrie Reed. I did too. But you know, the one thing that I want you to remember is that is a sign that all of this is unraveling. Because if Auntie Bev is somehow understanding that certain things have to happen, and if Hanky is understanding that, you know, everything, the CW, everything, in my opinion, that right there is a sign of the unraveling. Think about that. Think about having a thread on a sweater and you just pull it a little bit and the whole daggone sweater starts to unravel. You're going to start seeing that. And all of these witnesses that are going to come out for the defense, I mean, we're going to kind of struggle a little bit going through this. We probably got another 8 weeks of this, at least probably. But if you think this week, just wait. That's all I got to say. This week is going to be, I mean, look, David Yannetti wasn't even done with that forensic lab tech that was on the stand yesterday, Friday. And she was already grinning and laughing at him. And he says, oh, well, thank you very much. You already answered my question. She basically said, oh, yeah, they're not that good. It could be wrong. And it could be. It could be definitely very much wrong. So every witness that the CW, which in my book stands for common wusses, can be refuted immediately. Why? Because they don't have a case. Why? Because they keep trying to fit everything into one particular narrative. Have you seen how they have changed lanes so many times you can't keep up with them? And they keep saying, "Oh, there's something in the Lexus. There's something in the SUV. There's new technology that came out." Bull. It's just to shake the defense. It's to shake Karen. What they do is they do this to shake constantly. The common wusses are there to do a particular job. They hired Hanky to do a particular job. And that is to get a conviction at all costs. Everyone's wondering what's going to happen with Karen and everything else. But you know what my question is? What's going to happen to Lolly and Hank? Are we going to be here for it? Of course we will. Of course we will be here for it. Will it be the DA's office be looked at very close? Oh, yes. Of course we will. Hi, my friends. I want to ask you please to do me a favor. Those little poopy things in the emojis, the algorithm hates and will literally smack me. I know you don't mean to. And I agree. They're throwing Shisela at the walls. But if you can refrain from using those, please, I would really appreciate it, because for some reason, it's fine. For some reason, and it could be because of this case, the algorithms are like, hello, they're going wild. But I want to think about this. I want you to think about this, okay? The affidavit that Attorney Mark Betterow and Attorney Tim Bradle filed. And I said it yesterday and today I'm going to hear that. Hold on a minute. Who said I was mentioned? I should be able to share. Give me a second. Let me look. Mary Frances. I see your comment about I was being mentioned, so I should be able to share. I'm not so sure who mentioned me, but anyway. Let me know who mentioned me and sharing, because I don't see your comment. I couldn't post it on the screen, but I see it in True Oracle. I'll be glad to answer it. If I can't find it though in my side. So anyway, they were talking to the judge in Aiden Carney's case. Thank you. That's so funny. Thank you. Yeah. Well, yeah. They just don't like him. There's a lot of things that they're coming out now that they just don't like. I just don't know. It's sad. Oh, the Ender Microdots. Now, yeah, I can share his, but if he has copyrighted protection because he isn't monetized for that reason, so he can use copyrighted material, songs in his videos, then he doesn't have to worry about copyright issues. I'm monetized, so I have to worry about that. So yeah, I have his permission to play his content in my, whatever you want to call this, get together. Let's call it a get together. So, but anyway, this judge talked about this. And they kind of poo-pooed. Oops, hello, no pun intended. They kind of like, kind of chuckled over it. And then attorney Tim Bradle basically went toe-to-toe with him and said, look, we have the receipts. We've got the signed affidavits. We've got this. And they were like, are you sure? I can't believe that the DA's office would pay her. And they're like, you know what? She's been on social media saying that she works as an undercover agent for, I think, I'm paraphrasing, but they said, you know, she's come out on social media and basically said So don't think that they're not looking at it. Don't think that they're not looking at Brennan. Don't think that they're not, because look, not all judges agree with Beverly. Pardon me. Probably shouldn't do that. Pardon me. My opinion, though. And what if they have a judge there, right? Imagine, what if one of these justices saw what was going on and is aware of what's going on with Aiden Carney's case over here and all that stuff on the affidavit, and then thinking about what's going on the Karen Reed case, and they put 2 and 2 together and they think, oh, wow, we've been misled by Carrie Roberts and who else? So don't be surprised if you don't see anything between now and the time that everything is over, because they're gathering info and they're watching. And if you're watching, hi. I hope you've learned something here. That this stuff will not be tolerated. It doesn't matter. This is a worldwide event and a worldwide case. Now, my darlings, yeah, don't worry. Believe me, I think that these guys are on their big P's and Q's. They're going to be very careful, because now, see, the defense is coming up with some big time receipts. And I can tell you, the whole defense team, bringing it. They know. If I were a witness, I would not want to. Sorry, shoulder. I would not want to testify. They're all taking notes. You can tell by some of their testimony, some of the things that they've said. And for Jen to show up not looking like she would, belonged on some hard TV episode show should mean something. They're taking notes. And for Hank to say, oh, I didn't see the first one, Your Honor. Hello, Pinocchio at his finest. Here we go. Roxy says, thank you, my darling. 8 months. You've been a member has it been that long? Holy mackerel. I don't worry about it because I trust Lady Zelda. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not always right, but I do my best, and that's all I can do. Eminem 94. Hi there, darling. If the defense has receipts, wouldn't Hank know what they have? He does. He does. He knows every bit of it. And it's mind-blowing that he thinks that he's going to be able to convince a jury that she is guilty 100% when he's got proof positive over the last 4 days, that his case is Shisela. Pardon me. There you go. There you go. Miss Jules sending rain and lightning your way. Yeah, we're getting it really big. During Microdot's video here, woo! Woo! It was coming down and being, this is a great question. And thank you for asking this. What does it mean to walk into a card? Let's start back here a minute. There's been some dark stuff going on, manipulation tactics, etc., from some people there, not saying anything anyway. Okay, Jojo, we'll do that, darling. Okay, give me a second. The fact that she's trying to manipulate the universe, which the universe is all about white light, truth, justice, doing the right thing, and all of those pure things. led by the water from the high priestess robes of ever-flowing life and light, goodness, all those good things. The fact that she's done what she's done, cover up, in my opinion, collusion, in my opinion, a little bit conspiracy. I have to say it that way. In my opinion, lying like an egg-sucking dog at a WW wrestling match means that it is a karmic move. The fact that the 2:27 p.m. date and the date of the day that she numerology I can't even talk, and analysis thinking means that that was a divine move from the universe to move her into that position. So the universe moved her into that card of the Tower, which means things will start unraveling. Things will start breaking down. I don't see her breaking. I think everything around her will, but I don't see her breaking. So, excellent question, and thank you for asking. I hope that answered. It. Maeve, does anyone else absolutely marvel that this is a worldwide audience? I marveled at that every day. Karen was not an entertainer, a defense. Is the defense is an F. Lee Bailey, right? Not covered by legacy media. A simple blogger uncovered all of this, right? And it just goes to show what else is the media, pardon me, what else is the media not reporting, or what else have they covered up, or what else? Don't get me started on that. Crazy. There you go. Born a Hawkeye. Isn't that wild, Your Honor? Is 227 pages. Jen had to say 227. And did you notice when AJ asked her about the Haas long to die in the cold at 227, she was incapable of saying it. She was holding it back, but she was incapable of hardly saying 227. She said at 227, but she couldn't say two things together. Watch how this unravels. This is the part, esoterically speaking, metaphorically speaking, that is going to intrigue me, because you're going to get proof. You are watching proof from God and his infinite wisdom and universe unraveling this. Pardon me. And this is what happens when you try to manipulate the energy, because that's what happens. She's done her best to manipulate the energy and the and people. How dare you? In Massachusetts, a witness can be recalled to testify again after initially completing their testimony, but the decision to recall a witness rests within the discretion of the trial court. I think if they wanted to call Jen JJ again, then I truly believe if she said no, they're going to kick a fuss. And we're just going to watch it all play out. I think this is the whole thing that intrigues me, because this is going to be a testament, my darlings, that there is a good against evil. This is a fight of good against evil. There's absolutely no doubt. No doubt. I caught the plea conversation earlier in the day before Karen Reed was arrested too. Yep. Hi, Teresa. So glad that you're here, honey. Thank you for coming in. Delene, if the sweater is coming undone, they need an old hag sitting in the corner winding up that yarn into a big ball. I don't think they can wind it fast enough. Seriously. Sue, Zelda on LTL last night was showing a clip of Jen cross-examined and stopped at 2:27. It was shocking. Brian was speechless. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I'll have to look. Amy, hi, my darling. Do you think that we keep getting the "this is serious" card is meaning so many are going down? I think that it's more than a general statement of saying this is serious. I think really what it means is their goose is cooked. It's going to be very unpleasant. Jen, all she's doing is just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic because they're all going to go down. Somebody will crack. But I don't think it's Proctor. I wish he would go to them, but there's only so much that he could say. He didn't see the deed. And everybody can stand up there and say, "Oh, I did this and I did this and I did this." Well, do you have proof? No. And that's what the feds are waiting on. They're waiting on the truth because they can't prosecute anybody without really knowing. And that's why they had to wait and do what they did with Farwell. So I think that's, LTL is Let's Talk Live with Brian. Yeah, I know him. I like him a lot. And I'll have to check that out. Hold on a minute. It is storming like crazy, and I'm hearing someone yelling outside. Yikes. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Well, here we go, my darlings. Give me a second. Let me see. Okay. I had to let my little bulldog know so he can look out the window and see what's going on. My bulldog is my son. Okay. I don't think, Mystery, I think you're right. I don't think Proctor is going to take blame of Jennifer McCobb's report. I don't believe she is either. I think that, and I really don't even think that Lieutenant Tully McGillicuddy is going to be able to get up there and say, "Oh no, I screwed up." I think they're going to say, "No, we rewrote the report as we were told." Now they may hem-haw around, but that's the whole thing. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll check him out. I'll check that out. All right, and then Mary Frances says, "Love, light, and truth will prevail." It will. And see, this is what gives me the confidence to bring these little things to you that I find in numerology, tarotology. There is such a thing. And putting that together because, quite frankly, reading the cards is more than just picking up the cards and saying, "I'm a reader." That is for me. Many are so talented they're able to do that, but I'm not capable. I mean, I have to research. I have to know what's behind what it is that I'm touting. I want to know. So that way I'm not pushing things that aren't really the truth. So far in life, it's worked very well for me. But I don't know. We'll have to see. Amy has a question. Yes, Jen saying on the stand that the feds are done. Really, Jen? How would you know that? And when they are done, that means indictments are coming, as that is how they work. Well, I think she took the word of Hanky Spanky, when he had that press release from Helena Rafferty. Did I say that right? Helena Rafferty? Yeah. because I think they were trying to manipulate the defense into thinking, "Oh, you guys think you're so powerful." But my darlings, listen, I know people from that agency over the years. I'm just not that convinced. I can tell you this right now. If I had a choice to be married to anybody in the world and any agencies, I certainly would not want to be married to an FBI agent. They are trained. They are trained to look you in the eye and say, "You know what? You're right. You're right. Well, thank you so much for your help. And thank you very, very much for everything that you've done. You've been so helpful. And can you not just see that thing just gloating and being a nutcase?" Do I think that they're done? Not on your life. I don't know if you know this or not, but during the last trial, there were a couple of them poking their heads in that courtroom. You think they're going to be poking their heads around now? I certainly believe that they're going to be poking around. I'm convinced of it. They just, and I'm going to tell you something. Being investigated by the FBI, you just kissed me on the mouth. Oh, dog germs, dog germs. You little puppy. Oh, look at that face. That right there can send you really to the hot place. Do you really think I mean, they are literally so not done. So I just really feel that this is going to get so interesting. I'm sorry. This one derailed my thought when she kissed me on the mouth. Yikes. But anyway, the feds don't play. Oh, they play all right, but it's a 4D chess game that they're playing. They have them convinced. I'm going to tell you what I'm sure that Miss McCobb told the FBI. Okay? Other than, I hit him. Oh, I've got to tell you this. Colin was not in the house, and no one ever saw John in the house. Colin was not in the house. And I'm going to tell you, those agents are probably saying, oh, okay. You know, no biting tonight. This one won't bite me, I don't think. There is a reason why the FBI is number one in hostage negotiations. Why do you think that is? Because they are trained fibbers. They are trained in being believable. That's how they are the number one hostage negotiators in the world. They don't play. When they have the receipts, they'll come back and say, okay, hook it up, mama. Oh, you would like a dip, 2 dips or 1 dip of your ice cream cone? Oh, my heck. Make sure you brush your teeth before we pick you up, Jen. Right? Yeah. Lou says, and great. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Tracy said, Hoogie made a proffer and testified that John came in the house. He just didn't say it. It was John, but said, yeah, right? The feds know. They know they're lying. Now they just have to get and watch. What's going to happen now? Watch. The real slick thing, and I don't know how they're going to do this. You're going to have to ask one of your legal beagle friends, is that this is a state case. So I think the way they're going to have to do it is go in through the DA's office and, poop rolls downhill. I think that's what's going to have to happen. So definitely, definitely. Amy says the agents already know the answers before they ask you. They just want to see what you're going to say. Yeah, and they can tell. I mean, these are body language experts that see this. Very good point. Who wrote this? Christine. Thank you. Fed conviction rate is 98%. That's okay with me. And that's why they're waiting. So many from the last year, since I've been watching and commenting on this. Yeah, Sammy. So many have said, why don't the feds just come in? Well, if they would have come in 2 years ago, we would have missed a lot of this. We would have missed a lot of evidence. And there is evidence stockpiling. And it's just as much a crime to hide evidence as it is to manufacture evidence, in my opinion, supposedly, allegedly. So there we go. Rafferty is retiring. She's probably been gleefully nudged. Aunt BB2 Zelda, remember Josh Levy sent a message to Meatball that his case shouldn't go forward, so I guess they didn't listen. They told the defense, David Yannetti, and I think it was Josh Levy, maybe some other agent, but Josh Levy from that office, and then Meatball and Lolly and David Yannetti had a meeting and basically said, we are recommending that this case do not go forward. We do not see that there is enough evidence of a crime. Now, since when? Can I just ask a question here? Hello? Since when do you not take the recommendation of the FBI and you think you're big poopies that you can do what you want to do? Since when? They did it anyway. And the fact that they went ahead and did it anyway, you don't think that that's a eyebrow raiser? Hello? Hello? Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? Julie B. McCoolbilly. I love that. This is great analysis, but I'd watch just for the kitty cat. So sweet. Well, thank you. It you know what? It just maybe, this is her channel. I pay her rent. She's the boss of the applesauce around here, and I sleep in her bed. So there we go. She's a little turd sometimes when she wants to be, but she's my little stinker. So yeah, Miss Jules, 2 dips, please. There's been some big dips on this case. Huge dips. Huge dips. Okay, let's see. Well, Miss, y'all are gonna make me eat ice cream. I'm gaining weight from I'm not one that likes ice cream. I like peach ice cream. Breyer's ice cream has peach. That's the one that I like. Beyond that, So, boy, sissy, you've got some. So I'm going to tell you what. Take a little, go get you a drink. We're going to do some EVPs. Go get you a drink. Think of some questions for the EVP device. Wow, I put this lipstick on pretty good tonight. Watch this. And it's not even that type of lipstick. Just a little bit. It's from this side. Right there. Hello. I may just have to I just may have to wait for that. I'll tell you what I'm really into now, my darlings. I'll tell you what I'm really into. I found a Greek yogurt because I love the parfaits from Chick-fil-A. And you know, that yogurt from Chick-fil-A, you may as well just eat loaded ice cream. Hello. So I wanted something that was not, because I'm cutting. So it is the Oikos Greek triple yogurt, which is no sugar, all this protein, all this other, and it is delicious. And I have frozen strawberries, and that is even more delicious. So very good. What do you want me to sing, my darling? Zippity-doo-dah. Look for the silver lining. What is it? Oh, it looks plummy. It is really red. It was like fire engine, and I thought, oh, shies, I don't know what to wear. Oh my gosh, dippity-doo. My mother would wear dippity-doo, and her hair would crunch. Oh my gosh, it was wonderful. Sue, I don't think that the garage has anything to do with what happened. Just my opinion. I don't think so. I don't think so. He could have gone in through the garage and out through another way, but I don't think so. Kicking down the cobblestones, do-do-do-do-do, feeling groovy, do-do-do-do-do-do, feeling groovy. I don't know the words. I know the tune. See the morning top waiting on me. Life, I love you. All is groovy. Da 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 dum. Feeling groovy. There you go. It's a warm up for John. There you are. So, my darlings, Kim, thanks, honey. Thank you. It's a mixture of 3 shades. So I don't know what I was doing. The one looked like I kissed a fire truck, and I thought, oh heck, yikes, I can't really do that. And then I toned that down, and it was 2 tones. So I came back, it was too orange. And then I came back, and it was whatever. Thank you. Opera. Oh, did you just hear that thunder? There is a song, and it's an aria. It's called the Easter Song, and it's not very well known. And it is coloratura very, very high. I wish I could see, it would blow out the speakers. I wish I could sing it for you guys. Thunder always happens when it's raining. That's right. Players only love you when you're playing. Women, they would come and they would go. There you go. Thank you, Mystery. I know the words. Got chills. Aw, thank you. Stevie, absolutely. She's the queen. I used to do people's colors. You have blue undertone. I do. And I'll tell you, it is very hard because I'm kind of if it makes any sense, I'm an olivey blue. I don't know if that makes sense, but I can only wear like dark jewel tones. If I wore pastels, I would look like, who are you? And what are you doing on this planet? So there you go. Yeah. 59th Street Bridge, feeling groovy. I know. I love that song. I love how Melanie Little calls Lolly's hair baby shark hair, right? Do you guys remember Rave hairspray and the pump? My sister used to wear that. And she had a boyfriend that had a motorcycle. So she would, I call it teasing. Now they call it backcombing. Backcombing that hair. She had this hair, and it, believe me, and it was like, hello, out. This was in the 80s, of course. And she would spray that head. And of course, they did not wear helmets because back then there were no helmet laws. And so she would spray that hair. And I would tease her and I would say, I hope you don't hit anything because you'll break that before you break your hair. Her hair would not move. She would go out on this bike, motorcycle, and this hair would rave, would not move. It was frightening. It would take like 4 shampoos to get that stuff out of your hair. My mother was the Aquanet queen. She was the roll set girl. Believe me, dippity doo da, dippity doo da. Yeah, I can't remember that. Aquanet. One of these days, there is a commercial, and Standing Stones in here knows Shirley Bassey, the one who sang in these. Oh heck, I can't even think. Shirley Bassey. She singed in the 007 movies. You know, what was it? Goldfinger. That one, which I just think that she's stunning. She sang with the London Orchestra not too long ago, but there is a commercial for a watch that I love, and it's called Je le compte. It is French, and I want the watch, and it is $15,000. Will I get the watch? No, but I'd love to have it. And there is a commercial for Je le compte watch that it's reinvent yourself with Diane. I can't remember what her name is, but it is, when I saw that, I thought, that's it. That's my commercial. Reinvent yourself. Now, I could play it and sing the song, but I can't play it and have the song because I get copyrighted. There you go. Manifestation Monday for the watch. Listen, I could have had that watch probably 17 times over the last years. I think it's more than what it is. I think it's closer to 20,000 now. So, and it's beautiful. Maybe I'll do that for you. Do you want me to sing the commercial for you? Put a 1 in the chat. Do you want me to sing that? We take a break from all this heavy and then we'll get into the EVPs. Do you want me to? Just let me know. If you want me to sing I'll play the commercial here, but I will sing it as the commercial is going. Put a 1. Let me know. It is actually hold on. It is actually Shirley Bassey sang it. Pardon me. It is actually, let me see. No. Oh, here we go, Sam. Let me get the lyrics. Make sure I don't mess this one up because it would not be good if I did. Actually, Andy Williams sang this song. Andy Williams and Shirley Bassey. I mean, this has been a cover song for many, many, many people. I think it's from Love Story. I think is where it's from. Let me see. Sam, no, Angel. Now cut it out. Can y'all hear her? She's on my desk saying, oh, let me get into something. Let me get into something. Because my mommy is not paying attention to me. Okay, I'm going to cue this up in a minute. Give me a second. Give me a second. Why is you can't find anything when you want to, but then you... Okay, here we go. All right, let me cue up the commercial, my darlings. And then you all can see it. No. Isn't this bad? I'm sorry. I should have had this done beforehand. You can talk amongst yourselves. It'll all be okay. Oh, I see why Sam's here. She mad. Okay, my darlings. I'm going to have to come here. Come on. All right, my darlings. If you're ready, I'm ready. Here we go. This is Petey, Pink Nose. Oh, and Sam is on her way back. So here we go. Because I have to watch the commercial and do this at the same time. Do not play with me. All right, here we are. Let's get this show on the road. Come on, Zelda. We're ready. I'm ready too. Let's do it. Uh-oh. No, I'm not. Because there's a Salmonator here. No, Sammy. She's mad because Petey is sitting here with me. Sam. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, everybody. Let's just chase the cat. All right. Come on, sister. Get up here. Mommy's getting ready to sings. All right. Here we go, everybody. I better put this out here because I may get a little into it. All right. So where are we? Here we go. Let me make this big on your end so you can see it. Let me see. Should be able to. Okay, my darlings. Here we go. This is Gégé Lecoultre, and you're going to be seeing Diane Kruger. Where do I begin to tell the story of how great a love can be? The sweet love story that is older than the sea. The simple truth about the love he brings to me. Where do I start? With his first hello, he gives me new meaning to this empty world of mine. There'd never be another love another time. He came into my life and made the living fine. He fills my heart. He fills my heart with all the loving things. No, I don't have the words. Oh no, things. Sorry. And everywhere I go, I'll never lonely. I'll never be lonely. The touch of his hand, and he'll be there. How long can it last? I forget, and I'm so another day. I forget. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And I will need him. And he'll be there. Gégé Lecoultre. There you go. I messed it up, and I admit it, and I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I did not have the words, and I messed it up. I would do it again if I had the words. Hi there, everybody. Hi. Hi. Look who's in the chat. Our sweet Richie. Hi, Richie. Welcome, my darlings. You just witnessed me messing up one of the iconic songs and a beautiful commercial and whatever. And I forgot the words. Whatever. But you know what? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I apologize for that, but you get the drift. That's like one of my favorite commercials. Richie, I'm so glad that you're in the chat. We played one of your wonderful, iconic videos tonight, and you know they still get to me. I'm going to tell you, it's like I cannot hold my breath. And but what we did is because this whole thing, that whole energy just got a little bit heavy. So we just decided to take a break from all of that. We're getting ready to talk about EVPs. And I can tell you what I was talking about. You may want to go back after this and to the beginning, because I was talking about how Jen McCabe walked into the Tower card and how all of this will be crumbling down around her and Carrie, and esoterically, numerologically speaking. And quite frankly, there's some other things on a 227. I think not last night, but the last live we had was a 227 numerology that I just kind of did. So this is going to be amazing. So I'm so glad Richie is here. I love his work. It is so amazing. So if you guys want to take just a little break, get yourself a drink, do what you need to do. And we're going to do some EVPs. I'm going to pull some cards. We're going to see what the energy says. And yeah. And I think the song kind of got the energy going. And I've got another thing if you all want to see. Listen, whatever they tell you and more, and me too, is all truth, Richie. You are phenomenal in this. And I am so glad the defense team has you and that Karen has you, because a lot of these things, you know, it's one thing to hear it. It's another thing to have a visual. It's kind of funny the other night, Richie, I think it was Wednesday night, we did a live, Thursday night, we did a live, and the EVPs kept saying, they were saying words like map. At one point, it said Denise. And here we find out that Jawbone Jen's sister is Denise. And then the first thing that she started talking about was a map. And AJ said map. We all about, like, oh my gosh. So the words that are coming out are like, wow. It was really incredible. Wait a minute. Oh, thank you, honey, but I meant to click on this. How dare you? Micro Dots is in the house. Thank you very much for your generous $2. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I love it. I love it. But all of this visuals helps us so much. This is Sammy, everyone. And for everyone coming in, please do me a favor. Hit the like button. Subscribe. And you know what? When we reach 10,000 subscribers, we're going to send attorney Melanie Little a little invitation to just come over and say hi, because, Melanie is very empathic. She's an Aquarius, and that's what makes her a very good attorney. And we'd love to have her. And you never know. I mean, we're friendly over the airwaves. We don't know. And if she declines, I certainly understand. But if she would join us, that would be terrific. I would just feel so honored to have her here as well. So yeah, make up with Melanie. That's very true. I love it, Karen. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to prepare. Give me just, and it's storming big time. We'll set the center stage for the EVPs. And with that being said, we're getting ready for the EVP sessions, my darlings. So hang in there. We're going to change a background. You see, there's the 227. I want to get the EVPs. Where are the EVPs? Are you there? EVP, wrong one. I have to be careful because some of these are backwards. There we are. I want you to see the correct ones. Are you seeing the correct one? No. There you go. Oh, that's a wrong one. That's a wrong one. I have to get it right. This stuff always throws me. There we are. Hello. There we are. Hello. There we go. We're setting up shop for EVPs. Welcome, welcome, my darlings. And thank you so much. Here we go. You can see it. And I want you to know, when spirits are around, entities are around, it looks just, excuse me, someone was coming up to visit, and I guess not. It looks exactly like this when you see a full body apparition. So there you are, my darlings. So give me just a moment. I'm going to mute, but I'm going to let this up so you can take a look at it. I'm going to move my green screen just a moment, because I've got a little gap happening. And I'll be right back. And then we're doing EVPs and we're reading cards. Please have fun talking amongst yourself. And I'm going to freshen up just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm going to get another drink. Y'all do the same. And I'll see you back here at the ranch. I'll be right back, my darlings. Hello, my darlings. It is storming big time here. I love it. Did I miss anything? Are y'all doing anything without me? Okay. All right. Let's see. I want to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Here we are. I feel like I have to put my seatbelt on because I think we're going to get some really good EVPs tonight. So here we are, my darlings, and I want to thank some people have sent me some Venmos. One has asked to be anonymous, but there is a Patty here. And I want to thank her for her very big generosity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That really goes to the Dairy Queen Cotton Candy Blizzard Fund. So there we are, my darlings. I appreciate you. We're ready. Kim, okay. Thank you so much for indulging my break. I just had to take a little one. Here we are. So let's go. I'm getting ready to put some things on stage. And we'll make sure. Here we go, my darlings. I've got here we are, first and foremost, pulling all the energy together. We're asking, let me turn this up for all of you. I think we're going to have a very good night on the EVPs. Thank you very much for being here. I want to thank you. We're asking the energy surrounding John O'Keefe to come in and give us some ideas of what is happening, where we can go with the trial, what's going to happen next, anything that you can give us. John's energy only, no other one is welcome. We are grounded and ready to hear from you. Hello, hello, hello. Here we go. First word coming, and look at the energy, my darlings. Relationship. What type of relationship are we talking about, sweetie? What type of relationship? Mad. You're mad? Are you mad about the relationship? Are you mad? Tell us what you're mad about. Tell us what you're mad about. Probably. Can I swap sides? I'll be glad to swap sides. That better? What are you talking about? Are you talking about a family relationship? Are you talking about what type of relationship? Now, remember, we are grounded. So any other, yep, feng shui. I'm all about it. It is storming to beat the band. And it's a big electrical storm because it is lightning flash, one right after another. So there should be a lot of electricity for you to be able to come through. Feng shui, that's right. So what do you think? What are you mad about? Tell us. Now, you can mention names. You can mention whatever you like. We would like to know. How do you feel the trial will go this up and coming week? What do you think? Feng shui sushi. Yeah. They had some anger in the day of the event. Oh. Okay. Are you mad about what's being told? Are you mad about the lies? What are you mad about? Tell us what you're mad about. I'd like to know. Tyler? Is there a Tyler? Sorry, it wiggled. Sam was jumping off of my desk. Is there a Tyler involved? Thanks, everybody, for being here. We have 227 people watching. If you'll please do me a favor and hit the like button, and please consider subscribing. You'll love it here. But tell us who Tyler is. Do we know a Tyler? I'm watching the chat. Roof. Could someone have seen this event from a rooftop camera? Is there any evidence from a roof? What do you think? What about a roof? What can you tell us about a roof? Well, it's pretty frequent. Construct. Nice camera on the roof. Zelda. Could be Annie Chung. I can't wait to see her. Is there a Tyler family on Fairview Road? Remodeling. I mean, some of the names can just be random. I don't know. But do you think that they're when they made the timeline, the plan, did they construct this? Did they build it? Is that what you're telling us? What do you think? Thank you, everyone, for coming in. Please hit the like button. On the library roof. Ah, there you go. We know there's missing video. We don't have to be psychic to know that. John, they fixed your camera. Interesting. Consider. Okay. Dee Dee looked a little scared in court on Friday when she got called out. Yeah, I think so too. They deleted video from John's camera. Did they? Did I? I don't think I heard that part, but did they? That'd be horrible if that were the truth. Yes, she did. She did look a little scared in court. What's to consider? What's to consider? Constructing the court plan, they're planning something. I'm going to tell you the chilling part of this. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. to know. Do you hear music? That just started on its own, and my camera went out. I never heard of this. Now that's too wild for me. I had to restart my side because I got flags up here that said my camera went out and the music started. Approach. Jail approach. Did you see the jail? Ooh, it's really storming here and a lot of lightning. Okay. We've never seen that word before. Thank you, Kelly. We literally have never seen that court. Yeah. Oh yeah. We did see the jail, but it's been a while. But we've never seen approach. Sallyport. What are we talking about? Approach. What do we need to know? What's happening with there? Your Honor, may we approach? Possibly. Oh, I just have missed the previous jail. Laser. Approach the judge, possibly. What's with, okay. All right, well, you just talk to us and tell us the story, what you want, and we'll see what comes up. Yeah, it's really lightning. Argue. Okay, so it looks like they're going to want to approach the judge to argue something. Could it be a laser? Could it be the laser pointer? Very good. Camera glitched when he approached. I think they're trying to get my attention because the music started going crazy. I'm looking to the side because I'm watching your chat, you guys. So I'm not trying not to be rude. So I look in the camera. Yeah, we're good. Suitable. Oh, did you hear the growl? Did anybody catch that growl? Shame. Yes, shame on them. Sit down, Demon Jen. Sit down. Who heard the growl before this word? Did anybody hear the growl? Because I sure did. Okay. Shame. Okay. Robert. So are you trying to tell us that Robert Alessi is going to approach and argue a particular point about a laser? Can possibly, allegedly, do you think? I don't think it's Carrie Robert Dancer. I don't. Yeah, sit down, demon. Sit down, demon. Sit down, demon. Jen. Is it a laser pointer? Is Robert Alessi going to be arguing that point with the judge? Will he approach? Wow. Tell me more. Tell me more. Right? Sorry, I know people don't like this swallowing thing. My boozy beauty laser is probably the distance meter they used to recreate the scene from Top shelf, 34. Jojo, Alazy sure knows how to dance. Yeah. Karen's team is laser focused. Very good. Oh no, no raining men, right? Yuri was seen outside with a new expert a few months ago back, and the expert was using a laser to. Oh, interesting. Cloth. I just as a point of reference, my darlings, and my camera angle isn't good, so it looks like I'm not looking at you, so I'll try. Just as a point of reference, my darlings, do not think John's soul is gone, but do not think that his energy does not remain, and especially there at 34 Fairview. And do not think that he was not there the day that the jury visited, because he knows there's a lot of shenanigans. Cloth. What about the cloth? Yuri Bukeki was dancing using a cloth between his. Oh, yuck. Yikes. The thing that nightmares are made of. Yeah, yuck. I thought that's what they did at One Meadows. 2 doors down. Thanks for being here, darling. That would make sense, right? Ooh is right. I was going to say, what rock do they come out of? But we know it was the rock at 34 Fairview the other day. John's energy reminds me of Patrick Swayze in Ghost. Wouldn't that be great if he could dance too? Yikes. That'd be wonderful. John, I have a son, Robert, and I look to dance. Oh, there you go, Rosebud. They're all cut from the same cloth, Karen. Believe me, darling, take our word for it. Something you don't want to see. Oh, yeah. Cross. Oh, you know what that means. The cross on JJ's neck. Look at this, my friends. We saw it. I wanted to say, burn into that demon. Burn into that demon. Wow. Wow. Just wow. AJ's cross was fire, though. It sure was. Wow. You should hear the noise outside. Shadow. Oh, you know what this is, my darlings. He's talking about, remember when I said that Jen caused and Carrie Roberts caused a shadow? And remember the shadow that I saw in court behind Jen? The first day that she testified, that dark split-second shadow? Or it could be the shadow of your smile when you are gone. I can't sing that low. Bull. She's going to need more than that cross to save her. 'Cause he's right. It's a bunch of bull. You know, enormous bull, enormous lies. The shadow, Nicole, was the first day that Jen testified. Host. Oh, okay. Jen is the host. That's how it works in the dark stuff. Jen would be the host, in my opinion. Remember, everybody, entertainment purposes only. That's it. And we have 227 people on my meter watching. She would be the host to this shadow. Honey, it is sometimes it's the noises that this device makes. The hostess with not the mostest, but I'll tell you what she has most of. Sir. 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 Thank you, Groovy Cheryl. You are groovy. You are groovy. Da 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 da, feeling groovy. Yep. What is with my hands? That's wild. Okay. Brian Albert was the host of his Blizzard party. Yes, she does, Kelly. Okay, so what else do you have to tell us? What do you what is there something that we need to know? What else can you tell us? Thick. Yeah, they are thick as thieves, sir. Thick as thieves. Caught red-handed. This is going to turn into an episode of Dumb Crook News. I kind of have an idea. Yeah. Yeah, will do. Will do. Thick neck Higgins. Higgins thick skull. In the thick of it. My hands are red because they will get caught red-handed. I think that they already have. I think it's just a matter of time. And everyone, thank you for being over here with me with True Oracle. Bless you. I'm going to announce if these storms are okay tomorrow, we will have a live and I'll be reading your cards. Members only. Borderline. Borderline. Seems like I'm going to lose my mind. And I keep on getting my love over the borderline. Ooh, laying it on thick. La da dum dum. Da 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 dum. And I just keep over the borderline. La da da dum. Jen is the host for Evil is, yeah. She's the hostess with the mostest, but we won't tell what she has most of. Thank you so much, my darling. I'm for some reason, the chats aren't connecting now for some reason. So I'm looking over here on the True Oracle side, and it is saying, Little B, it is stormy at Zelda's, and she microdots video. You have to go back and watch. Amber, it is good. Yes, please do. I did, Richie, show your new video in here. We all love it. Sit down, demon. Come on, Petey. That was a striking. I can't. Oh gosh, you pulled my hair. That hurt. Ooh. Wyatt. Who's Wyatt? Take a seat, bringer of heat. Amen. That Petey Pink Nose is going to get in big troubles. That hurt. Ooh. He put his fingernails right in the top of my head. Lady Z, could the cloth be evidence the evildoers missed? Well, I mean, anything is possible. But you know what? I think that they've got really so much now. Yeah, I'm good. I'm used to the fingernail on the head gig. No, he didn't. He was upset because I wouldn't let him wind around me. So he wanted to jump up on the back of my chair, and that was the end. It was the old neck and the old fingernail in the head. Excited. I'm so excited. Wyatt Proctor. I kid you not. I didn't know there was a wire or a Wyatt Proctor. It's a normalcy when you live with kitties. I had to reboot computer. The energy is off the chart. Right? Standing Stones, right? I don't know if you missed. My camera just went completely off, and when I came back on, the music was going. Wow. Oh, yeah. Carrie put those blankets back into her SUV. He's one of Mike's kids. Is Wyatt one of the kids? He's one of Mike's kids. Wow. It may be just the camera and all this stuff with because it doesn't look like that on my end, but I'm sure I'm fine. Why was Hank always bringing up Jen's heart rate? Well, because I think it was part of this idea that through excitement, your heart rate elevates. If you're doing something you shouldn't be doing, your heart rate elevates. If you're walking, pacing, heart rate elevates. Hip. That music player freaks me out. Don't worry, honey. It's really just part of it's for. I mean, I can turn it off. It's for ambiance. That's all it's for. It just adds part to this. You know, if I turned it off, look. You see, if I turned that white noise off, it would just be boring. You'd be stuck with me. There we go. Look at that energy. Pierce. Ooh. There was also white cloth laying in the Sallyport floor. Oh. There we go. We're connected again. Sue says she was pacing to get her steps in. Yeah. Wonder if she does 10,000 steps a day. No, leave it on. Somebody made a great point that Hanky is a lawyer. Protect. I think he's kind of got a vendetta side to him that he, don't know if you know this or not, but I'm pretty sure that he has faced Leah, the new state's attorney's angle over the district of Massachusetts. He faced her in the Whitey Bulger trial, and she toasted his crack. Hank hates the feds. Yeah, they made him look like a schmuck. Ascend. Amandish. Jen sure hit 10,000 steps on the 20. Yeah. Resisting arrest. Brennan had an issue with Carrie Roberts taking her car. Carrie takes. Good. Oh, yeah. That's why he hates ARCA. Oh, yeah. Plus, who would we rather take? Dr. Wolfie or Hank Brennan? Pinocchio Brennan. 80. Hello. That's a hand down. Leah Foley. Thank you so much. Leah Foley. Nicole. When I saw, you want to know what popped into my brain when I saw Ascend? And I did immediately thought of the Apostles' Creed. Squad. Sorry, that's Sammy jumping up and down. You're right. Hank believed the feds were corrupt over Whitey. You're right. He thought there was some type of collusion in that. He must have a sad life. 80 steps to the house. True on the steps. Yep. Stairs. Ascended into heaven on the third day. Yep. I believe in God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and his only Son, our Lord, Jesus Christ, who was born, right? I'll be careful. Was crucified, dead, and buried. He descended into the hot place. On the third day, he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven. Understandably, Becky, his body temp was in the 80-degree mark. That I'm going to tell you after hearing, because we knew some things were going to be coming out in this testimony with her. After I heard that there was a call at 5:07 in the morning, I'm sorry, it's my opinion, but my friends, that was a heads up call if I've ever seen one. Yeah, that's warm for supposedly, allegedly laying out in the snow all night. So Brennan just wants to fight the feds again. I see it. Personal, yeah. I think it's a vendetta on his part. He wants this to be his way of saying, well, you may have got me the last time, but baby, I'll have you this time. Right, Amy? She called twice in the morning. Yep. So, tick. That's right. Tick, 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 boom. If this next word is boom, I'm going to fall out of this chair. Tick, tick, boom. That was a wrap for me. So many things are, but guilty phone call. You know what? I say it over and over again. People who get on their phones and they do crap on their phones they shouldn't be. This is the sorry part. And then try to deny it. Lie and deny. Lie and deny. Hello. Lie and deny. Tick, tick, boom. We're just on the first tick, everyone. We've got another tick and a boom to go. Jen called Coco. What names are these? I mean, Kim, me too. I'm falling out of my bed instead, right? Hello. If we see another tick and another boom, we know we're on top of it. Amanda 607, 608 standing, but also 507. And in my opinion, didn't Jen like sort of kind of manipulate and reroute Carrie the puppet, to not go to 34 Fairview first? Did they not go driving around or do something else? Was that time enough to get John from wherever he was to outside? You want to know? I'm going to say it again. I'm going to keep saying it. Hotel. That's probably the defense. But you know what? I'm going to tell you what, my darlings. The one thing that made my blood run cold when Ian Wiffleball sat up on the stand and basically acknowledged that someone would have had to push John's phone either for face recognition or fingerprint recognition. And I mean, he knows what this case is all about. And it was just kind of like, oh yeah, whatever. Yeah. That just made my heart stop to think that there's allegedly a possibility of these crims. I'm going to call them crims. These crims doing that. Whatever. That's right. That's exactly what I just said. Ian Wiffleball sits on the stand and says, whatever. Look at this energy. Wow. 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 Ariana. Sick. Seat. What's going on? What's going on? Are you upset? What's going on? Look at the energy. Look at this energy. And who is Ariana? I've not seen that. I can tell you that. Sick. Ariana sick. At whatever. Yeah. Amy says Whiffen really stepped in it. He sure did. He sure did. If that's the experts that the CW or the common wusses have, code red. Cops always misquote regular moms, right? Because, okay, why? It is a beautiful name. That's interesting. Just for a regular mom, a basketball, soccer mom, cops would be glad to misquote multiple police officers, if you want to call them that, allegedly, supposedly. We're just regular moms. That makes me, you know, pardon me, does anyone, you know what I said to the screen and no one was here? Does anyone have one of those airline bags that I could use? Because that just hit. Okay. I have two questions, John's Energy. How long can you, how long can you tell us that you were outside in the snow? How can you give us a time when how long were you there? I don't think she had the number. My question is, why didn't Jen, when Carrie called Jen and said, why don't you call over there to 34 Fairview and ask them? I would have been on the phone. I would have been saying, call over there to Fairview and see where he is. Now, they, once again, lie and deny. But the reason that there was no end, the reason they wanted all of this to happen. Oh my gosh, you should have seen that lightning. It is right here. Don't know if you can hear that. I love it, but I don't want to close. So if I lose you, my darlings, I just want you to know how much I love you, and I want to thank you. And I want to thank you for all of the generosity. I don't think I missed anybody, but I want to thank you for being here. Oh, I think I missed this one. Miss Jules from Florida, thank you. I am so happy to be a part of your people. I love Melanie as well. I am honored for you to be a part of my people, our people. And you know what? If it weren't for me, I am a dork. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to sit here and act silly and do my thing. I would be just doing my thing without being here. And I want to thank you so much for that in case I lose you, because it is getting pretty wild outside. I want to tell you how much I love you. And I'll let you know about the members live tomorrow, because I do want to get a members live in. So if you're not over there, citizenship. So if you're not over there in the True Oracle side, I think there's still some memberships that can be had over there. Pop on over there, please. Do me a favor, pop on over there and hang out. P. Oh, wow. I'm going to put the link here. And when we do our members only, I will be reading your cards. So, Elijah in the rain. Oh, wow. That's pretty deep. You know the story of Elijah in the rain. The center of your storm is out 4 miles away. Yeah, you counted the thunder, didn't you? Yeah. It's pretty close. It's coming around the mountain. Oh, that sounds delicious. I'll be right there. Past May 2023. Aw, Elijah. Thank you, my darling Misfit. Thank you. Look at this energy. Oh, yeah. That's intense. Hello. No. Yeah, that was pretty intense. Rendered me speechless. That's hard to do. The story of Elijah. Hold on a second. Undergo. Oh my goodness. Nicole, bless you, my darling. 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your support. That is so helpful. Thank you, my darlings. Thank you. I'll tell you, Amy, just give me a minute. We'll wait a second, and I'll tell you about Elijah and the rain. Honor. Oh my goodness, look. Look over there, everybody. Look at all the people getting memberships. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Bless you, my darling, for your support. Thank you. Thank you. So remember, tomorrow I want you to check the tab in my community post and in True Oracle's community post. And I will post the time. I'm going to try to do it tomorrow. Pardon me. That is Sam. No, that's Riley. Shook like an earthquake. And then we'll read cards for you. How's that? And I'm doing a post office run on Monday. So if you need to put an order in for a bracelet or something like that, there you go. Oh, I see it. Sylvia's daughter. Where are you, my darling? Sylvia's daughter. Jen Stark dealing. Is that ritual family thing or just her? It is my opinion, Village. It is my opinion only that this is something that she is a loner on, perhaps not family. There may be someone else. I don't know. Hey, hello. That's Riley's Heine. Village Shops in Canton. Is that where? What is going on? Phone. Yes. Bubba, stop. All right, we have a thunderstorm watch now. The whole town village came to the funeral. Wow. She's not very good at it. Well, she thought so. Here, Bubba, come on. It's the shopping center at Cobb's Corner. Everyone in town goes there. Zelda, I sent you an email. Okay, Elizabeth. Angel, you're going to have to either move or not move. Go on, Bubba. Go on. I think that Jen is working with Dark Practitioner. Kiss you back. Hi there, Risa. Oh, what a beautiful profile picture, you darling. Beautiful souls in the chat. Hello, my darling, and welcome to you. Thank you so much for being here. I've not seen you before, Risa, but that doesn't mean anything, so I'm going to welcome you here. Thanks for being here, my darling. You're going to like it here. We've got a really cool community. In the Old Testament, the prophet Elijah prayed for and caused rain to fall after prolonged. He actually had a servant by the name of Ahab, and 7 times Elijah prayed for rain, and he would send Ahab off to get something to eat or whatever. And Elijah climbed to the top of a mountain, and he would say, "Do you see anything? Do you see anything?" And Elijah kept saying, "No, but I know there's a big 9. I know 9 women, 9 men." He said, "But I know that there is a rainstorm coming, and it's going to be a good rainstorm coming." And Ahab was like, "How do you, what? There's not a cloud in the sky." And he would send Ahab off again. This is the power of faith. And then finally, Elijah saw what they said was a cloud the size of his hand in the sky. And Elijah said, "Oops, there you go. It's going to rain." And it rained, and it poured, and it rained, and it poured. So that is the story of Elijah and the rain. He was a prophet. Elijah, he's the one who also saw the 10,000 angels. John, there's a Tyler Road in Canton. 9 is intriguing. You can find that story, I believe, if you want to look that up. I always read the King James Version, but I believe if you want to look that up, that story is in the book of Kings, and I believe it's chapter 18. It starts in chapter 18. 9 people at 34? I don't know. Tyler Sutton lost his wife, Ariana. He was a cop. Oh, really? Oh, that's too bad. And it said Tyler, too, right? Faith like the grain of a mustard seed. We trust, we believe for justice for John and Karen. Amen. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. If I can always help in that type of thing, I will. I will. Let me see something. I maybe have a copy of. I don't have that. But I'd like to introduce you to the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Now, Miss Howe is no longer there, and I think that they're looking for another way and how. So you just never know. But there we are. Why would John bring up? I don't know. It just depends on energy, spirit. They could have been friends. They could have not been friends. I think it was 3 years. It was a while, little misfit. It was a big drought for a long time. Thank you for helping me with that. You coming over here, Bubba? You go sit there. Riley is sitting like right here beside me, watching. If we can watch some of the words in the chat, please, my darlings. Massive. Because the algorithm doesn't like some of those, even when you put asterisks by them now. So if you could please just be careful what. Oh, that was a big slam. Sorry, I went in the chat. Wow. Look at this energy. Hello. Wow. Look at this. Sister. Yeah, massive thunder. Speak. Walking. Sister. Is that Denise? You mentioned her before. Massive. Is that massive cover up? Is that who's walking? Is that the steps that somebody took? sisters. No one could ever, we are sisters. Lord help the mister who, oh wait, Lord help the mister that comes between me and my sister. And Lord help the sister that comes between me and my man. Harry. I don't know Harry. Who's Harry? Who's Harry? I'd love to see Nicole talk. I'd love to see Denise talk. Did you see the look on Jen's face when AJ said, "Who is your sister? Is she here now?" Yeah, her name is Denise. Can you point her out? Yeah, she's over there. What is she wearing? You could see. Whoa, woofy. That was Harry Potter. Hello. Do you have something that you would like to tell us? Love that part. I did too. Did you see? I mean, seriously, I hate to be so bombastic and graphic right now, but I could just feel Jen's butt clenching to the chair at that moment when she said, "Oh, your sister, the one who had the plan, the map, the timeline, diagnose." Yeah, she looks like an older version of Jen. Excuse me, buddy. Whoopie, that hit my mommy's head here. Denise did not look happy in court yesterday. Oh, how much you want to bet she doesn't show up again? How much you want to bet? You know, she was probably there as moral support. You know how they are. Yes, showers for sure here. Jen is 5 years. Okay. Ramp. Secret. Hello. My cat keeps pushing. Oh my, kitty. Thank you for that, Richie. Denise and Shelley are just like Jen. Coco is the outlier. I'm sorry. You see this big man right here? He's got a head as big as a biscuit. Nicole RM, right? Yeah, Jen was clenching her chair with her little hiney there. When all that, I was like, oh, sit down, demon. Sit down. Jen's face in the last couple of minutes when AJ was going at her about the house was great. Like, how dare, right? I loved it. Kelly said, I know she didn't want to say Denise's last name. Well, you know what they're going to do now. They're going to say, oh, we're getting harassed. My sister's getting harassed. Oh, whatever. Look at what you guys are doing. Not that I think that that's a right thing to do, but for crying out loud, I think there's worser things like making a timeline so y'all get your story straight. The defense is ramping up to share the secrets of the Mickeys and the Alberts. I'm to the point now where I want to say not only McAlbert, but I want to say McKeith. Elizabeth, Anna, Carrie, let it slip out about Denise being at the house. Free again. Elizabeth said, all those sisters look a little off. Sit down, demons. Right? Right? Maybe Denise shouldn't have gotten involved and wrote a timeline then. It seems like it's a matter of deduction, logic, and smarts. I mean, does it not seem like to you that everybody was jumping, including Peg? Everybody was jumping at the chance to be involved, to bolster the idea that Karen would be indicted and go away. But isn't it amazing that this turned into an episode? Thank you. Welcome to episode such and such. I love it. They thought she would plea. That's what they get for thinking. Bubba, sit down. Because he's furious at Karen ruining his reputation, he thinks gets convicted, he will be vindicated. Each. That's right. Each one of them deserves a sentence forever. Karen Bravo. If they are innocent, there is no reason they would need a timeline. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. And they're just going to allow this. If any feds are watching, they're just going to allow it to continue on because you know the rules of the road. Never interrupt your enemy or a criminal when they're being an idiot. Bottom line. Let him go. Associate. Yeah, they're all associates. Karen, was the plea text before Karen was arrested? If so, yes. Yes, it's my understanding. Now, Richie's here. He can, but it's my understanding that that was at 4:30-ish something when they were all talking in the group text. And then it was 7:30-ish when Karen was arrested. So they all knew something was going down. They all knew something down. Thank you, someone, for the Venmo. I appreciate it. I'll look at those a little later. I want to just keep watching here. Yes, before. Thanks for the clarification. Well, that's what I'm saying, my darlings. There's a lot more to come. The defense has the goods. There are things that we don't even know. May is going to be epic, and there's going to be something bigger in May, and probably more disgusting that we find out. But these so-called experts that the CW or the common wusses have, in my opinion, are going to be, they're mediocre at best. I cannot wait. And I want you all to know, I've said it once, I'm going to say it again. Those jurors, 9 women, 9 men, sorry, ladies here, and come closer. If you were on the jury and you saw somebody like Jen performing the way she was, oh, I'm just a common man, hello, maybe, you never know. We're just regular moms. I wanted to be so helpful because I am so nosy and I am a gossiper and I am a busybody. I am Mrs. Kravitz and I have to take care of this because I'm a fixer. Now, my friends, if you were on the jury and you saw that, ladies, would you just not go, that's sus? This cow needs to get a life or rent one or something. She is off her rocker. She needs an Academy Award for this performance. We all know she's just bizarre. When I saw that shadow, I mean, it just went very quickly behind her when she took I was within 30 minutes of her testimony, the first 30 minutes between 2:27 and 2:50, something or other. There was that shadow that went around, and then I saw it when they panned, and it went between the judge's bench and right over top of Hankie's table, as though it was scurrying. And that happens many times, because that dark stuff dark work, I'm going to call it that, dark practice, dark work, does not last long. It needs to be renewed. And every time, whoever is the person who is renewing it, I'm going to say it in a kind way, whoever the person is who is renewing it has to give up one thing more. It's like one thing is taken from your life in order to wreak this much havoc. And as time goes on, it will just definitely show. There will be a toll that is taken. These things aren't free. That type of work you pay for. And soul-wise, persona-wise, all this other stuff ain't good. She's into something that Oh, John's going to be haunting them, all right. Just wait. Just wait. I can't wait to see Arca get up there, because I want Hank to perform like he did in the little preliminary voir dire that they had. I want to see that. And I'm gonna tell you something a little bit about Dr. Wolfie. Dr. Wolf. He is a professional. He is a trained professional. Pardon me, they're jumping all over. And Dr. Wolf he understands this whole thing about Hank Brennan. He understands about being aggressed. And I don't know if you noticed this, but he took his time. When there was an answer, he made sure that he not only clarified, but qualified what Hank was wanting. And he understood immediately that Hank, he was aggressive. And he would take a few seconds before answering. He never raised his voice. He kept it. And this enraged Hank, because Hank not only, this was all for the media, my darlings. It wasn't for the voir dire. It was not for the court. It was for the media. Hank wanted the media to say, "Oh my God, look at him. Oh, wow. And it didn't happen. Dr. Wolf made him look like a chump prior. That's right. And if he does that during their testimony, he will look like a bigger chump. Do you think that the jury is going to like that? They see this behavior come from a prosecutor that could have had Arca come in, but they chose not to, because once again, my darlings, the testimony did not fit their narrative. That's going to be very interesting. Extremely. Pardon me. I'm sorry if you don't like that. I should warn you. He does look like a Fed. Only I've not really seen any Feds look that good looking. Hello. And he's a physicist. Do you not love that, ladies? I do. Nice to look at, but, you know. Oh, Karen, I didn't see this. I love the headline on Thursday of the Boston Herald. A pic of AJ lie detector. Oh, that's wonderful. You know, I've said it once and I've said it again. I have more faith in Karen's defense team than I do the sun coming up. Jerry says, we love a smart man. Absolutely. And he's just so fresh looking. I mean, that's horrible sounding track. There is a track. But the reason I'm saying he presents himself so well and so professional. Even the other Dr. Arca man. Kelly, I wish Judge Judy was presiding over this case. I wish there wasn't a case at all. That's the whole thing. Sadly. Robin, it's a miracle to me that Arca wanted to even get involved in this time. You know what? They could have just literally said no. Because look at how much they have been doxxed. And you know what? Immediately after I saw him in court, they had pictures of his family, of him, his kid, all this over. Animals. That's right. Animal. Sick. But are you talking about Chloe? What can you tell us about Chloe, John? Pardon me. Yeah, I feel for them too, my darlings. Well, I haven't heard any more thunder or anything right now, so we might be in the clear for a minute. Let me check my devices. Let me see what's getting hot, what's getting not. So far, so good. Thank you, everyone, for your lovely gifts. My goodness, everybody keeps sending. Oh. My device is getting a little hot. I'm pretty sure Chloe is, destination unknown. The final countdown. I have something that I would like to show you, and I'll find it in a minute. I made this private rendition for myself. And y'all know how I feel about this, but this is different than the one you see in the merch shop. This is kind of something that when I get moved and settled in, I'm going to keep for myself, and I'm going to frame it and have it in my office. And that's it, my darling. That is John walking Chloe in heaven. So there you go. Wasn't Chloe's fault. Just want you to know, this definitely, my darlings, was not Chloe's fault. She was made the way she was. BA wanted a aggressive dog. And you can't tell me, oops, here we go. You cannot tell me that Jen went into the bedroom with an aggressive dog. First of all, I just got to tell you this. I know law enforcement, and I know some of them. First of all, you don't have your front door unlocked. And I know that I saw that door move when Jen, after the ambulance left and after Karen left, Jen trekked through right up to the front door, and I know I saw that door move. They were there watching. You cannot tell me, first of all, what law enforcement would have their door open and them upstairs sleeping away. Hello? That's number one. Number two, why would you go in there? You know that he's got a something of choice, a pew of choice. Are you going to burst into shoulder? Are you going to burst into a law enforcement officer's bedroom? Doesn't matter if you're family or not. And there's no dog. Oh, I didn't hear her barking. Where was she? I don't know. No, you don't know because somebody took her off. Something big and bad. 45, 3 or Glock, something. Pop. Are you talking about pop? So, my darlings, I mean, lie and deny. The whole, that's what makes me sick. But you know, there's a name for somebody that will get up and believe their lies to tell. Thank you, my darling. The arm. I got to ask you something because when I saw him in the remote viewing, he had a big, when it showed him laying there, when I was watching another person pat him down in my viewing now, there looked like a lump on his shoulder. Uh-oh. Hello, young lovers. Let me plug in. See, we're getting hot. It just tore out my battery. Hold on. Let me get this. There we are. We're back in business. Hello. Just that quick, we're back in business. Thank God for chargers. I try not to keep them because, boo, they're getting hot. I gotta take this one off the charger for a minute. But if I don't, it just goes zippity-doo-dah right down. Yeah, the batteries are draining. Oh, yeah, I do. Carrie asked Karen out for drinks. Yeah, I do. The whole bloody thing is sketchy. You saw something with his shoulder. Can't see that close. It was like a hump. It wasn't a scratch or anything. It just looked like a hump on his shoulder, like a little swollen. I don't know. I've never seen his autopsy photos, and I don't want to. I've seen enough. But I don't know what's there. And I'm hoping that when these MEs, like a bulge. Yeah, Kim, thank you. Like a smaller bulge. It was not muscular. Yeah, right, Robin? Thank you so much. I was thinking of pathological liar, too. Debut. Thanks, Risa. I love this channel, and y'all are so very entertaining. My darling, feel free to just jump in because we like to sit here and talk about what we feel. It's entertainment purposes only, but we just like to sit and think about it. But welcome, my darling. So glad you're here. Kim, my darling, bronze. You need to, honey, maybe fix some things so that when people get memberships, you'll get one. Can you fix that so you get one, please? I wish They do have, for some creators, that they can gift. For some reason, I don't have that. I don't think I have enough people. A laboratory. Ooh, laboratory. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, did you? Well, I saw enough. I saw enough in the remote view, and it bothered me. And just so you know, when you're remote viewing and they don't have general. Oh, I wonder if that is the Attorney General. We had that last night. Are you talking about an Attorney General? What ADA or general are you talking about? But I want you to know something. When somebody is in spirit form and you're remote viewing, if you see someone without their clothes on, the way that I can describe it is that they look like a Barbie doll. You know everything is there, but there's no detail. And in fact, it's less than that detail. It's just like nothing really. Looked like a fractured or just it didn't look fractured. It was a bulge to some degree. Now I don't know if there was one there, but from my end, and right away he talked about his liver and a kidney. So obviously now, you don't have to be psychic to know that when your body starts shutting down, all your organs start shutting down. So I remote viewed to see my mom. She was alive in a nursing home when they shut down due to, oh, I'm sorry. Aw. Gotcha. I know what you're doing. I gotcha. Thank you, Pierre. The remote viewing is so relatable. Thank you so much. It is very much. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you. I'll make sure that everything is a-okay over here on the view side. Hey, you know what? We're going to be going right into May 4th together. For those of you who are on the East Coast, welcome Sunday, May 4th. We've got 1 minute. Robin, me too. Wait a minute. I wish I could learn to remote view. That's fascinating. My darlings, I'm going to tell you something. I've had so many times people come to me and say, oh, I wish I were psychic. Oh, I wish this. Oh, I wish that. No, you don't. Some of this, it was very disturbing when I saw that with John. People going in and him standing on the other side of the room in the corner, and he and I watching as machines. We can hear machines in other rooms beeping, and he's just laying there on a gurney. And then a cop walks in and pats down his arm. It's the most uneasy feeling. It was not right. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. I was thinking, yeah, Amy, thanks. Look, I love your picture. May the 4th be with you. I used to go around and talk like Yoda for my son so he could eat. That was difficult. We talked about that the other day. I am already in 4th. Be with you. Thank you. Welcome to my day. Welcome, technology. My hubby's day. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear hubby. Happy birthday to you and many more. Gifted one, Robin. Thank you, my darling. Bath. Yeah. I kind of know what you mean by that. I kind of know. Secret. I've never. Oh, my darling. Listen, I'm one of these. Listen, when this is over, I have to take a break and I just have to sit back and I have to run like The Matrix, all of them. And I have to watch The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings and some Star Wars. And yeah, you got to watch them, darling. The originals are great. You can't even think of the originals. Does he love the? Oh, yeah. Love The Matrix. Superior. I don't think someone gave Chloe a bath. I think maybe someone tried to, in my opinion, wash down John a bit. Look at this energy. That's my opinion. Big. As in Mr. Big from Sex and the City. Tell us what is big. Quarterback. So who's the quarterback? Who's punting through this? Tell us who's the playmaker? Tell us, John. Who's quarterbacking? Colon. Are you telling us about colon? That's very sweet, Risa. Amy, no, we have not. This is a lot of red energy tonight. Oh, surprised? What I'm getting is that this was a surprise to John, obviously. He did not believe he was going to walk into the lion's den. Oh, things are stopping. Okay, my darlings, let me ask you this. Yeah. We're going to take this one word and let me ask you if we can take my device is getting very hot. And if you want to continue, we can continue. But I thought we would just take a break and maybe watch one Dark Tales with Zelda or something, like a true crime one. Or would you like to watch the vampire one where the vampire called me? Would you like to do that? And then give my devices a rest and let them cool down. So put one in the chat if that's okay with you. Colorful. Put one in the chat if that's okay with you. We watch a video, Dark Tales with Zelda, and let the devices cool down because this is a lot of energy going on and I can see that they're lagging. So if that's okay, please put a 1 in the chat. And because there's the one camera is starting to overheat and I don't want that to happen because that's my phone. Hello. Okay. All right. John's energy. We will be right back. Thank you so much. Okay, gosh, I feel like I'm yelling over that stuff. My darlings, let me get set up for what would you like to see? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see my dark tale about how the vampire called me. or put a 2 in the chat if you want to see a true crime one. It's up to you. Let me know. 1 vampire, 2 for a true crime. I almost put this finger out. Oh dear. 1 for true crime and 2 for erase. 1 for vampire, 2 for true crime. I should have done two. Okay. Here we go. I'll get a true crime one going. True crime one. Give me a second. We'll get it set up. Keep on in my love over the borderline. Do 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 do. In my love over the borderline. La da da do do do. Here we go. Walking down the street. Here we are. All right, let me get this one here. Oh gosh. I've got several true crime ones. I'm going to give you, let's see. I got to give you a good one. The latest one, I think, that I had. Oh gosh, I got a lot of true crime ones here. I want to get this right one. And where is it? Here it is. Here it is. Let me cue this up for you. This one is called A Moiter in Maine. Give me a second. I got to close some of these tabs or things are going to start getting funky Cole Medina here. All right, my darlings, buckle up. Here is a dark tale with Zelda coming up for your entertainment pleasure. This is how it starts. Let me enlarge that for you. Okay, here we go. You may have to adjust your volume. I'll be quiet during. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this episode of Dark Tales of Zelda. That's right. This is not really a happy and positive video. So if this is something that you thought was different, well, it's time to click off now. So there's a warning that viewer and listening discretion is advised. This is intended for mature audiences only. So with that being said, let's get started. The dark tale is this. There was a night that I was reading and a particular client from Maine called me. Now, she was a client that had talked with several times over the years. So she was a regular client, and it was about 3 a.m. Eastern when I was talking with her. She was a little depressed, didn't really feel very well. We were talking about things, and as I started shuffling the cards because I was using the Cartomancy deck, the regular playing card, these are the cards that came out. Literally, How can I remember? Well, how can I forget? When you hear this story, you're going to understand exactly what I mean. While we are talking, she was silent and she would say, hold on a minute. Or then she would say, just a second, I'm being bothered. Or just a minute, I'm getting a text. Well, I would wait. She's a really great person. No problem. Those things happen. And she came back on the phone and she said, this neighbor guy is texting me and he wants to know about this piece of jewelry. I haven't talked to him in a long time. So I start laying out these cards and I said, it's not a piece of jewelry that he wants to talk to you about. And she said, well, what could it be? Well, these are the cards that I pulled out. These are all negative cards. These are cards that show there is more to this story than meets the eye. He's not telling her the truth. This card right here represents a joker. So it means that he's not telling her the truth. It means that there's a hidden agenda. With these cards, there is a really dark connotation to this. So I told her, I said, it's 3 a.m. Actually, it was 3:08 a.m. I don't feel it's a good idea. I don't see that this is something good that you need to be doing. And she said, well, it would be nice to have the company. And I said, I don't think that he is wanting you there for the purpose of a company. This doesn't look good. Well, he keeps texting me, wanting to see this piece of jewelry. And I said, when was the last time you saw him? Oh, gosh, it had to be a year ago. How did you see him? Well, he was out in the yard. We were both doing yard work at the same time. He lives 2 houses down from me in the neighborhood. He was outside. I waved at him. He waved at me. And that's the last time you saw him? Yes. And he has your number and he's texting you now about a piece of jewelry at 3:08 a.m.? Well, yeah, that is kind of weird, isn't it, Zelda? Yes, it is kind of weird. It's more than weird. It does not look good at all. So as I'm looking and I'm taking out these cards one by one, these mean frustration, anger, upset, loss, separation, parting. And this represents the death card. This is the same equal as the death card in the tarot deck, but in this position with these other very negative cards, and this represented my client. So with all these other really negative cards, it meant more than just a separation or even the end of a chapter and a new beginning. It meant something very dark. This neighbor did not have a good intention in mind. So I told her, this is a warning for you. There's nothing more that I can say. I can't tell you what to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Please heed my warning. There's something wrong. So as we're talking, I pulled out one more card. This is a card of sacrifice. This is a card of something going very wrong. Love, relationship, maybe even a family, friendship, but something goes terribly wrong. And I told her, I'm warning you, there's something horribly wrong. Please promise me that you won't go. If it's that important, you can see him tomorrow with that piece of jewelry. You need to go lock your doors and you need to stay in tonight. And she said, lock my doors. I said, that's correct. You need to lock your doors, you need to be safe, and you need to stay in. Okay, so we ended the reading, and the cards, after she decided to not go or to leave, and she stopped paying attention to the text, the reading lightened up, and there was no more warnings, no more loss, no more ill intention, frustration, anger, sacrifice, anything. The next night, my client called me and said, "Oh my gosh, Zelda, I'm shaking." I said, "What happened?" She said, "I had the piece of jewelry. I went outside today to get the mail, and I was going to walk over to the neighbor's house." And she said, "When I looked down the street, there was caution tape." And I said, "Caution tape?" She said, "Yes, police caution tape." I said, "Oh my gosh, what happened?" Here, the neighbor, the young man, lived with his parents. There was a history of mental illness that was very unfortunate. Right when this neighbor was texting my client, he had murdered his parents. That's right. He murdered his parents and was texting her to come to his house. Now, when she called me, she said, "Can you imagine what would have happened if I would have walked into that?" And I said, "Oh, yes, I do. Because you would have been the next one." Well, how they found this gentleman is because he took his parents in a car and tried to bury them in a park. Now, this was all very sad, and I've changed around the details a little bit for the privacy of the client, but that's pretty much what happened. I still talk to this client this day, and she tells me constantly how grateful she is. But the gratefulness is her, that she listened. She needs to thank herself that she listened, and because she was not feeling that lonely and going to the neighbors, she saved herself from going through a lot of problems. To this day, this bothers me. This happened not very long ago. This was a very intense situation, and this young man now has been appropriately taken care of, and hopefully he's getting the mental help that he needs. So thank you so much for listening and watching, and I will be back with you the next time on Dark Tales of Zelda. This is a true story, and I've got a bunch more. So thanks so much for being here with me, and I'll see you again next time. Bye for now. There you go. And it is a true story, my darling, my darling. Miss Jules, thank you so very much. You are so generous. Now, for any of you who are not receiving a membership gift, there is a little something that you got to do. And you have to be able to, in fact, if you hit the join button or something, I'm not sure what it is. Maybe somebody in the chat can help you, but you've got to be able to, receive that. So there you go. But maybe if not, y'all have a good read Sunday. There you go, my darling. Well, it's actually for True Oracle. It's not for this particular channel. So it's for the channel of True Oracle. This is Riley walking through again. Thank you very much. And so there we go. And I want to tell my mods, if you're getting tired, who are you? This is Noodle. This is Noodle Boy. I want to tell my mods, if you're getting tired, you may definitely take a break or go ahead and leave. I know you've got families and all kinds of different things. And so you're welcome to. It's up to you if you want to say, yeah, see perks. That's what you've got to do. See the perks when you do that. If you're looking to be gifted a membership, because believe me, if you are here and you're watching and you haven't received a membership, these people are so generous that it is, excuse me, sir, they're so generous that it would not surprise me. Just a minute. Shaggy Noodle needs to arrive. So there we go. Oh my gosh. Do not walk in front of their angel. So anyway, my darling. So yes, and if you have an iPhone, there is no button for it. So you have to go into another browser into a browser and not into the desktop version of YouTube. I know it's complicated. So there we are. There we are. Doing the catwalk literally. Thank you. And thank you Green-eyed, my darling. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You never know when the call of duty may come. Thank you. Thank you. Delene says the perks is when you have a membership. But I think if you want to join, there's something in there, I think, that you have to okay, I want another story. If you want another story, put a 1 in the chat. That was kind of a short one. I want to get you a real good one. I'm going to let me see. Yes, my first with you the other day, I got an email telling me I was gifted. So I don't know who did it, but I said out loud, thank you to whoever, beautiful, generous soul. Thank you, my darling. Well, I'm just glad that you're here. Okay. So do you want to hear true crime or do you want to hear spooky, paranormal type stuff? It's up to you, my darlings. Up to you. So, okay. So put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear paranormal, spooky, or 2 if you want to hear another true crime. 1 spooky, 2 true crime. And I'll be glad to. I'm going to look at some of these things. 1 spooky, 2 is true crime. Looks like so far it is spooky. Believe me, I got plenty of them. All right, let me take a look, my darlings. I'll be right back. Let me take a look and see what I want to share because, I got some good ones. Let me see. Demon on the call. Let me see. Oh, let me see. I'm getting there. Oh my, I'm not seeing the one that I want to see. Oh, here we go. Oh no, that's a true crime one. Okay, we can do that one later here. We did that one. Gee, how many? Okay. I want to get you a real good one. Oops. Don't you like it when somebody goes, oops, you know you're in good if something happens like that. Let me see. I can hear the rain. It's calming down. Okay, hold on. Don't get excited here now, Zelda. All right. Here we are. Let me come back to you. Here we go, my darlings. Hang in there. All right. Let me get you in line. Close this one off. All right. Here we are. Let me make this large so you can see it appropriately. There we are. Okay, my darlings, here we go. Hello, everyone. I'm Zelda Kelly, and welcome to this episode of Dark Tales with Zelda. Oh, we've got a good one tonight. I can't wait for you to listen, watch. This is really going to be something. If you like mysteries and scary and paranormal, well, this one is for you. So relax. Here we go. So this story is about a caller whose name was Jeremiah Thompson. I love that name. Mr. Thompson is now no longer with us. This happened a few years ago, but now I've got my cards to reenact the card reading that he called me. So it was, like I said, a few years ago, Mr. Thompson called and explained that he had inherited a home, and he called it Willow Manor. Willow Manor was frightening to him. He, like I said, inherited this. It was a home that was in his family. He knew about it, but he just never thought that it would come down to him. This was something that he was not prepared for. This was quite a large house. I believe it was upwards of like 8,000 square feet, very large. And it had been added on throughout the years, but there were problems, paranormal problems. He moved in because he knew he was going to have to do a lot of renovations. He was going to have to live there so he could afford to do it. And lo and behold, that's when the activity started. Mr. Thompson explained to me on the phone there were doors slamming. He would hear whispers. There would be disembodied voices. There would be, you could hear walking going up and down the stairs. Your typical haunted house. And believe me, for a paranormal investigator like me, this was music to my ears. And I'm sorry to say that because it bothered Mr. Thompson. But this is the cards and the card reading that I pulled out for that day. All right, so I had shuffled the cards, and the cards came out like this. And we will read them accordingly. Now, with this High Priestess card, she symbolizes that there is a mystery, a spiritual mystery, that there's something going on behind the scenes. And of course, with this Moon card, which is also a Pisces. And by the way, Mr. Thompson had a lot of Pisces and water signs in his chart. This card also touches into the subconscious mind. It tells of the mystery and intrigue and the yearning for more. But then the Tower card came out. And this Tower card, the falling down of what he knew as this place. This Tower card represented to him that things were in chaos, and they certainly were. So let's go on with the rest of the cards. This Devil card definitely was showing him that there was more there than meets the eye. And that is also a Capricornian card. And there was a Capricorn character involved with this as we go into the story. Oh gosh. The next card. My darlings, I'm sorry, I have to take that off because they're cracking down on some particular cards now that show parts. And I had to put some eye drops in, sorry. So I am so sorry because I can't blur that out while we're watching. So let me try another one. Let me get another one. my apologies to you. And I can't do anything because I got a little warning about that sort of thing, which to me, it's a little ridiculous, but I got the warning and I got to comply. Let's do this. So I'm sorry I cut that one short. Here is, we're going to do the vampire, and then we'll go back to, EVPs, if you don't mind. And thank you so much for your understanding. All right, here we are. So if there's something that comes off to him, oh, what happened in the house? Oh, there was somebody buried in the wall. It was kind of scary. All right, here we are, my darlings. And if that happens again, then we'll just go back to EVPs because I don't want that. Yeah, you just never know when you go out to someone's home in a paranormal situation, what you're going to find. Here we go, my darlings. Get ready, because here is another Dark Tales with Zelda. This is about the vampire. You're going to love this. Hello, everyone. This is Zelda Kelly with PsychicSecrets.com, and welcome to this series of Dark Tales with Zelda. That used to be now, through Oracle, the story that I've got to tell you is a completely different story, and I have gone through this over my mind several times. I mean, over the years. This happened years ago. I was actually working for another network years ago. It's no longer around. Some of you may remember it, called Psychic Friends Network. I was living in Virginia in a historic home that was sold to my seafaring husband and myself by a descendant of President Monroe. That was such a great house. Yeah, thank you so much. And a little bit scary. Thank you, thank you. And it had a really creepy, scary basement. And my grandmother visited that basement one day. And I can tell you, that is another story. That's another story. But let's stay on track here, Zelda. Yes, let's do. No, they didn't mean it that way, honey. This home in itself held a lot of memories, a lot of energy, a lot of looping. As soon as we bought it, he went out to sea, and I was there for 6 months by myself in a state where I had no family, no friends, and the only thing I had was the psychic line. I stayed signed into that psychic line almost 24 hours a day. Now, keep in mind, this is a time when there was no cell phones, no internet, only landlines with no call forwarding and no call waiting. That's how that worked back then. So this was a very different time. And it was about, I'm going to say end of September. That's why I think that this is appropriate to tell you this story right now. Years ago, end of September, in a historic, somewhat creepy historic house, and going into October, during one of my late night calls, and usually the calls that came into me were anywhere between 1 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. Eastern. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, my phone rang and I answered. Now, it was from a gentleman who said his name was Jack. He said he was from Europe, and he had kind of a little accent, and I never really could figure out what the accent was. But he was from Europe and said that he had settled years ago in the 1970s and even earlier in New Orleans. Now, I didn't think a thing about it. He went on to tell me a lot of things. but he had a very hypnotic voice. And as I laid out the cards for him, I thought this was pretty interesting. That represents him, and this represents a parting, a tearing away, and a time when you leave something. And as I laid these cards out, this card represents the Joker in the deck, which meant that he had some things that he wasn't really telling me. And as I went on and talked with him, I could tell that he was a little frustrated because he was trying to trust me with information that he thought that he had. And this is the other Joker, which means that he has, I love these Jokers in this deck. This is the medieval playing card deck, by the way. But this means that he has huge, huge secrets, things he never revealed, things that he never told. As time went on and I listened to this hypnotic voice, I became really enchanted with him. We spoke for a long time. Now, quite frankly, as I laid out the cards, I could see that this was not a person that you would want to deal with or really make you mad. But the card tells me that he was who he said he was. So as we went on and we talked, he really did not want me to give him a psychic reading. It seemed as though he just wanted to talk, and that we did. He told me of his ancestors, and he told me of details back in Europe in the 1700s. I mean, details that you would not even think that anyone would know unless they were actually there. He spoke of people as he knew them personally. He actually started to tell me a few things, told me that he had sought me out for years, wanting to find me because he knew one of my relatives in Europe way back hundreds of years ago. Now, I became more intrigued. I wanted to hear what he had to say. So as time went on, I realized that this man definitely was something that I had never encountered,
shoot.
or a person that I had
Please turn
never
that card,
encountered
Zelda.
before.
Oh my
This
gosh.
person definitely
Oh Lord.
is who he said he was, and he was extremely worldly.
Oh my gosh.
Knew
my gosh.
things
I've
that
gotta
I
stop this.
wondered how.
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. This whole thing has turned into a nightmare with editing. So with that being said, what do you think we just go back to EVPs? And I am so sorry. But what I will tell you about this is that this guy started telling me things about me. That was the whole thing. He said he was from New Orleans, told me about a time that was just intriguing. Now, my husband was out to sea. He was a commander in the Navy at that time. I was home alone in a state, in an area that I never thought that I would love, but I loved it. It was Virginia. I loved it. So the funny part, hold on. Who's doing this? Stop. Oh my goodness. They have plenty of food. So he started telling me all these things. He told me about my family and a woman that was in Europe who was actually a card reader. All these things. So fast forward, it was now October, and I called my grandmother. No, I'm good, my darling. I'm probably going to have to fix that, though. Thank you so much. So I was, and he told me when I talked to him for like 4 hours. And I was so intrigued by the history and everything else that he was telling me. And you know what? We came in, as time went on, I kind of forgot about it. And my grandmother, I called her right away, and landline, remember landline? And I called her right away and I said, Grandma, this man was telling me about this and this and this, and how she would wear a blue dress and everything. And she was like, what? No one knows. No one knows about her. That's kind of the family that we just kind of keep to the side. Nobody knows about her. So we talked about that. And at the end of the call, he told me to call him Jack. So Jack said, Zelda, I really like what you do. And as years come, you're going to be doing a lot more. That's Shaggy Noodle. You're going to be doing a lot more. And he said, I just want you to know that one day I'll talk to you again. But just know, sometimes I look out after you. Well, that creeped me out. And I said, okay. And I couldn't get off the phone. I was up for the remainder. And that's actually when I called my grandmother and she told me. This was in September. I had forgotten about it. October rolls around. Now, I was in a historical house. The house that we bought was a descendant of President Monroe. We bought it from President Monroe's granddaughter, and at that time, she was in her 90s in a home. And she and her husband built that home. They didn't live anywhere else. And with the help of the freed slaves, they built the foundation of that home. Frightening. So the idea is, I didn't think a thing about it. And then we had three cats. One was Tippy, Canoe, and then there was Tyler. So it would be Tippy, Canoe, and Tyler too, which was, that slogan back in the day. So my darling, it was really quite odd because it came October. And, in Virginia, it's steeped with history. October, we get to the point where it's getting close to Halloween. Well, we didn't have any children in our area, so I just didn't even plan on having any, kids or anything around. And that day, the air was so weird. It was kind of warm, but very windy. And Halloween day, the wind, the leaves were all this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. It was amazing, and I loved it. But my cats started getting really weird after the sun went down. So after the sun went down, you lock the doors, whatever. I was getting ready to go back on. I was getting ready to go back on the line, and I hear these dogs in the neighborhood. The howling dogs. As if you want to listen to me howl. But anyway, the howling dogs. And I'm thinking, what on earth? Because our neighbor had some pretty big dogs and they were howling and you could tell it was a disturbance. And I kept thinking, what in the heck? So I'm looking around, I'm locking the doors, I'm, all this other, and I sign into the line. And I was just hoping and praying that I would have a call because this was unnerving me. The cats were it was just wild. What? Right? Hello, this has been my life, entertainment. Thank you. It has been, so thank you, my darling. So the idea that I'm thinking something is getting ready to go on. Something's getting ready here. And all of a sudden, it was like I heard someone coming up because it was a big historical home, big front porch. You came up these beautiful steps, you went onto the front porch, and you could hear someone walking. It was a wooden front porch. And you could hear this on my front porch. And seriously, I was hiding. I could hear all of this. The dogs going crazy. My cats were like, you could tell they were just tense and looking. And I just stayed there. I'm like, oh my gosh, you cannot believe it. So finally, everything just calmed down. And it seemed like the wind calmed down. Everything else calmed down. And okay, so my phone rang. It was okay. The next day, my grandma calls and she said, I was thinking about this. And, there was always this story about our ancestor who was moved from a place in Europe because she read cards into this place close to the border of Poland and Germany. And her sister was an herbologist, and she was the card reader, and we were related to the card reader, and they banned or banished both of these women. She was telling me this whole story. Okay, that's great. So it was payday. And of course, there's you get a paper check. Well, the mailman came, and I watched him come, and I watched him, and I could see he just kind of like, looked kind of funny. And then he put the mail in, went down off the porch. I went out, got the mail. Thank God my check came for the psychic line. I was working for Psychic Friends. Thank God the check came. I looked down, and there were a pair of those wax vampire teeth. And it had scratched in the wax vampire's teeth, the lips with the vampire teeth, they wear at Halloween. Somebody had scratched a heart and put Jack, as in signing it, Love Jack. I'm not kidding. I ran. I grabbed my doggie. I had a dog named Skippy. That was another story. I ran and grabbed my dog Skippy. I grabbed Tippy Canoe and Tyler too. I packed a few things. I put it in high gear. I hadn't moved that fast since, 1978. I got in. I'm not kidding. I was running through that house, made sure everything was going, got up. I'm not kidding. I was running. That scared me so bad. I called my grandmother in Tennessee and said, I'm coming. She said, I said, I'm not leaving the dog. I'm not leaving the cats here. Obviously, I wouldn't be, but I usually would board them. I said, I'm not leaving anybody here. I'm packing up. I don't care if you got a washer and dryer. If I need something, I'll buy it. I'm bringing my toothbrush. I'm bringing, what I need, and we're coming. And seriously, I was going so fast that I loaded Tippy Canoe and Tyler into my Volvo. I got Skippy in there. What names, right? Hello. I got Skippy in there. I'm running up and down these steps of the front door, trying to make sure everything is closed, scared to death to go in any room of the house, scared to death to go upstairs. And I was just literally almost screaming because I thought somebody had broken into the house. And it was just so weird. The energy was so weird anyway. So I'm screaming, running through, and run down the steps because the bedrooms were all upstairs, bathroom was upstairs, blah, blah, blah. So hello. I run down. If you could have seen me, you guys would have been laughing like crazy. I run out the front. I had everything, grabbed my bag, grabbed the check, I had everything, ran out the front door, and I was running so fast that I tripped and wiped out down this. I skipped 5 steps, boom, and landed on the ground, right on the little sidewalk that went up. I laid there and was just going, ow. Now, what I think about it is so funny, but I seriously wiped out laying there. And my dog's looking at me like, oh, please, we just don't even want to claim her. Right. I mean, because they were looking at me like nutcase mommy. So I finally got up, skinned my knees, skinned my elbow, skinned this part of my wrist. I looked like I was a mess. I mean, hello. I put that car in reverse. I'm not kidding. I came out of there. Now remember, no cell phones. So I ran through the bank, cashed my check. I pulled over where I could find the nearest phone, right? And it's called a payphone. So I placed a collect call to my grandma and I said, look, I'm leaving. I'm on my way. I'm scared half to death, Grandma. And she's like, oh my God, you just need to sit down, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Okay, finally. I stayed a week there and finally everything was calmed down. And I talked to my mom and my grandmother to come back. And they came back with me and we had a wonderful time. So that just kind of dissipated and went away. I'd always wondered about Jack. And I always told him, look, I would like to have you call me someday. And he said, oh, I'll call you. I'll keep up with you. Last year, I get a call on the line. And, pardon me, I get a call on the line, one of the psychic lines that I was working for, not True Oracle. Oh, couldn't have been last year. It was not too long ago. And he said, hello, Zelda. I'm not kidding. That was the moment I really considered getting Depends. I thought, oh my God. And I couldn't even talk. He told me, oh, it was right at 2020. Don't put that in the chat. He told me what was about to happen. He told me things about the Vatican. He told me things about this. He told me things about that. He told me who the next 3 presidents were going to be. So far, he's got 2 of them right. He told me all of this stuff, all of these different things. And it's like, I'm just stunned. Now, my grandmother passed away in 2013, so there wasn't anything that I can do. And I started asking him about the 2 ladies in Europe, the sisters. And I said, I need to know. And he said, I'll call you again someday. And I said, you can't let me alone. He goes, I know where you are. You're okay. I know where you are. And I'm thinking to myself, I can't run out of here and wipe out again. What am I going to do? Where am I going to go? Right? Hello. This is like 100 years later for me, right? So much has happened. It was this year, my darlings, that my little half-brother emails me and said, Zell, my wife and I wanted to tell you this. And I'm like, okay. Because when my dad and mom got divorced, my bio dad, he remarried a lovely woman. I loved her. I called her mom. They had my 2 brothers. So they're younger than me. And finally, I hadn't heard from him in a while. I mean, we're close, but we're not that close. So he emails me and he says, Zell, my wife and I wanted to call and tell you this. We see that you've been, you're on YouTube and you're this and, whatever. And his wife is very religious. I mean, she thinks that I'm going to go to the hot place and it's okay. I respect that. It's fine. And so they're they kind of stay a little bit of, because I did not grow up with my brothers. They grew up in a separate family. So my one brother emails me and says, "We've been doing a family tree and we want you to know." And they sent me all of this family tree. And you know who it was? It was about the two sisters in Europe and about how the one who was the card reader is my ancestor. And there was something there that, coming down the line of whatever makes me Lady Zelda Kelly von Gertlitz. The town is Gertlitz. There were two sisters, and that's where the Lady Zelda came from. There were two sisters, and it was just unbelievable. I was in shock. I told my son, "You've got to be," I mean, these women are on Wikipedia. There is supposed to be a book that my ancestor had written of like card readings and everything else. And her sister, which would have been my aunt, wrote down all of the herbology type stuff, the natural healing remedies, so on and so on and so on. And it was just wild. And so if you can imagine, that call came to me. Heck, some of you in here probably weren't even born yet. It was in I think, right around 1985 to 1987. And here we are, how many years later? Almost 30. I still can't believe it. So that's, my brother said, you're, whatever. Now, this Lady Zelda thing, that and probably another $1.25 will get me a Reese cup down at the corner store. But I love it. And I just think that it was so prophetic. And it was just so cool. And that was a side of my family that I always knew something, because our dad would always say, "Oh, there's somebody in the family that's always been shunned, and she had to move, and she was in, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah." And it was just cool. Just cool. Where is Jack? Call in Jack, right? Right? I'd love to hear from Jack. But when I asked him, he said that his name was Jacques St. James. And at that time, back in the 80s, Jacques St. Who cares? I didn't know. And when I went to Tennessee and went to my grandmother's, well, we went to the Knoxville Library because, we didn't have internet or anything else. So my mom and my grandma and I trekked over to the Knoxville Library, and my grandma was looking at me like, "This is too crazy." So there was a story there that he had lived in New Orleans for a very long time, and he had lived in New Orleans, story has it, up until the late 1970s. I don't know where he is now. He didn't tell me, but it was his voice because I could recognize it. I'm cracking up that you thought you were safe driving, right? Right? Seriously, I beat it from Virginia over to Tennessee, and I was flat out hitting that, believe me. And back then, there was on that particular route that I took, I guess the speed limit was something like 60 I don't remember if I had to go through part of Pennsylvania. I don't think so. It was 60, 60, my foot. And I'm a safe driver. I'm like when, oh, there's the speed limit. You got to go the speed limit. Hello. Not this one. So yeah, that was. Let me see if I can get you her name here, because I just thought that was the coolest thing. I can tell you. But when I read all this, I was like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. This town that evidently my ancestors are from is nestled along the Lusitanian Neisse River on the border between Germany and Poland. And basically there's a noble line that is there. My ancestral roots is Countess Ottilie von Görlitz. And she was from, this noblewoman was from the 1500s. Celebrated her psychic abilities, rumored to have kept journals of prophecies and visions, many of which came to pass. Ottilie's gifts were said to have been hereditary, passed down through the women in her family. Her influence on the von Görlitz line remained quiet, but deeply impactful. But there was a lot of mystical knowledge that she'd had, and evidently they were banished because of things that happened back there. From what my understanding, they were fleeing because you know how they had the witch trials in Salem. They were literally fleeing from some of those types of things that was happening in Europe. So who knows? Who knows, my darling? The way that it goes, my darling, I am the way that it is I'm the lady end of it. She was the countess end. I am the lady end. I don't know anything about royalty. Don't ask me. But anyway, there we go. In his background, he was connected to a psychic. He sounds royal. You mean nobody knows really there have been real royalty say that they had met him in the beginning of their lives. And at the end of their lives, like 60 years later, he would show up at these cotillions and balls and everything else and look the same as what he did when he first met them. Nobody knows where he's from. Nope, nobody. And I've asked him, nobody knows anything like that. Now, I cannot ask him about anything in the let's see, I have my free Karen Reed shirt on, the Dream Team from Microdots Richie. So anyway, there we go. So that was the story of the vampire call. And I'll tell you what, I wish I had another one because I would ask him a lot of things. But when you get a call like that, and it's my understanding that when that happens, it is not right for me to call or not right for me to ask for anything of personal gain in that regard, because it's considered cheating. So anyway, there you are. I want another call from him. I wish he would call me. I would love to have another, I would love to have another call. He had an accent, but sometimes, it was one of those things you just can't really, you can't really figure out. 1 minute it's French. I only speak French when I'm singing opera. And then it would be like this British accent in some regard. It was just really something else. Yeah. So it was, really completely different. So I don't know. That's how that all came about. My dad had some documentation and paperwork, and that's where um, my sister-in-law found out some of the names and everything about that. So who knows? Amy, are you going to the Betty Buys, my darling? If you are, thank you so much for hanging in here. And thank you so much. There you are. Big hugs and kisses. See you tomorrow. I hope I have it. It's starting to storm again. I'll put it in the community tab. So, okay. So thanks so much for being here, my darling. And if nothing else, I'll see you Monday. Now, I have a question off topic. And I didn't realize it was that late, and I'm going to have to go because I get zapped. But I have a question, my darlings. When this comes to the point where we have a verdict watch, I will go live during the verdict watch and we will stay live. And if you want to come, I know that we've got our favorite people that we like to watch and everything else, but I will go live for the verdict watch. So, and you know what? I understand you don't have to be here. That's going to be a few weeks, but I can't wait. So, my darlings, I want to thank you. I am going to scoot. I want to thank you for being here. My goodness, you guys are fantastic. Hanging in there. Thank you. You're welcome, Jen, and welcome to True Oracle. Welcome, welcome. We've been in it together so far. We got to hold our hands. And what verdict watch? Thank you. You're welcome, my darling. Thank you, equal part. You're so adorable. Thank you. Verdict watch for Karen Reed's trial. When they get to the end and when they arrest both sides, Jerry, bless your heart, you're here. I didn't realize what time it is. It's late. Thank you so much for hanging in there. My goodness. Bless you. Bless you. See, there's a lot of energy tonight here. It's kind of kept me, tickety boom the whole time. I'll probably grab a snack and go watch something paranormal. Go from there. So, but anyway, my darlings, Charlie is me darling, me darling, me darling. Charlie is me darling. My voice is going. The young cavalier, 'twas on a Monday morning, quite early in the year, when Charlie came to a town, the young cavalier. Oh, Charlie is me darling, me darling, me darling. Charlie is me darling, the young cavalier. Now, if I could only find a Charlie, I'd be all right. My darling, stay tuned for the outro. I made one especially for you. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. But if not, Monday, I'll see you. And thank you so much for each and every one of you. Thank you, mods, my darlings on both sides. Thank you for just staying here and hanging out. It helps to just take the edge off, doesn't it? And thank you so much for the earlier rant. Oh my goodness, I get started, but these people, they just kind of sort of make you go at it. So anyway, you're quite welcome. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for being here, my darlings. And don't forget, the orders will be filled. And Monday, I will be going to the post office. So if you need anything, let us know. Therese, AJ is checking each witness off the list. I don't think verdict watch will be too long. Remember, we've got the CW we have to get through first, and then they're going to present their case. So I think it may be a little while. It may be a little while. Thank you, my darling. It is hanging out with our best friends, right? It is. It's groovy. It certainly is. All is groovy. You guys made it, man, oh man. Can't wait for Monday. Thanks again, my darlings. I appreciate it. Thank you, Zelda, for prayers for journaling. Yes, back to the Lenormand Oracle deck. One of these days, I'll tell you about the story about Mademoiselle Lenormand. And by the way, Jack told me this story about Mademoiselle Lenormand, and it turned out to be truth. I never knew it before. In fact, I didn't even know that Mademoiselle Lenormand even existed and did not even know who she was. That was the time that I thought, you know what, I think I'd better start studying a little bit more and open my horizons. And wow, that was an eye-opener. So hang in there, my darlings. Thank you so much. And please stay tuned for the outro. I love you. Let me know what you think. And we will see you again very soon. Thanks so much, honeys. Good night. They'll tell you the facts are clear, but the truth always flickers between the lines. In every shadow, there's a secret that refuses to stay buried. Clues hide in symbols, and sometimes even fate won't show its hand. Voices echo not just from the living, but from the silence they leave behind. I'm Lady Zelda. This is Seeing Crime, where what's hidden doesn't stay hidden for long. Until next time, keep watching